Okay. Are we streaming live?
You're streaming live on YouTube.
Isn't that wonderful? Congratulations. Thank you. So with that notification, I am going to gavel us to order. It's the regular meeting of the governing body, August 13th at about 5:05 p.m. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Faulkner. Salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Chavez, and Councilor Castro, if you would lead us in invocation and remembrances.
Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, community. Let's begin by grounding ourselves in the sacred duty of public service, a responsibility not of power, but of care. We call forward the spirit of wise leadership, rooted not in domination, but in the dignity of the people. May each decision here reflect the values of justice, equity, communal well-being. Let this council be a circle of shared purpose, a place where differences are not feared but embraced, and where leadership is measured by listening, humility, and courage. We center the needs of workers, elders, youth, the unhoused, and the historically marginalized. Afirmamos que la equidad no es un favor, sino un derecho. Que la liberación no es un sueño, sino una responsabilidad que compartimos. En palabras de Farabundo Martí, nuestra lucha no es por odio, sino por amor a la justicia. Our struggle is not out of hate, but out of love for justice. May that love guide us in each word spoken, in each policy shaped, and in each life we touch from this place of co-governance with our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there remembrances at this time? I'd call two people to mind. One, Sally Bingham, lost, who was an amazing talent in our community, known mostly for her writing and her advocacy in Santa Fe. I spent a lot of time with Sally talking about the issue of homelessness, which affected her directly in her own life, and which she embraced as a cause that she wanted to make very significant contributions to. She opened her home up, meetings to support those who were experiencing homelessness, and really sought to be an advocate for those who needed help because they were vulnerable from being unhoused. We also lost a gentleman who didn't live in Santa Fe but had a presence here, Mort Meyerson. Mort was somebody I got to know years ago. He had a home here in Santa Fe. His daughter Marty is a great support at Site Santa Fe, board chair. Mort was a business leader, but more than that, he was a man of community, of philanthropy, and standing for justice in all parts of our world and in our country. And Mort passed away after a struggle with prostate cancer, and he was a giant, not just in his accomplishments, but in his heart and his spirit. In Santa Fe, he left a lot of good things that he brought to our community. I know there are others who are suffering in Santa Fe, who are struggling. As we were reminded by Councilor Castro's invocation, there are people who are really having a hard time with their own health, with their family, with the struggles of daily life, just making ends meet. So, I'm sorry, I didn't see you raising your hand. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to recognize the loss of Mr. Tony Lopez. He was an individual who was a business leader. He owned his own roofing company, and he was somebody who the share somebody who really embraced, he cared about community. He was somebody who, you know, as I mentioned, he owned a roofing business, and if folks couldn't afford to pay the bill, he would cover the costs. That's just how much he cared for his community. In addition to that, he was also very much a civic leader, very much, he was a veteran. He served in the Navy. He actually recruited my father into the Navy, strange enough. But he definitely was very proud of his naval service, and there were many times where you can catch him at the VFW in full gear, full regalia, because that's just how proud he was. And then in addition to that, he was, as many folks would know him as Mr. Fiesta. I mean, he was Fiesta Council President. He was a lifelong member. He was somebody who wanted to always honor and represent our community's rich cultural traditions. And it was, you know, this past year, last Fiestas, he was honored with a proclamation by the mayor. And he's definitely going to be leaving a big void in our community. And so I just want to, you know, thank Tony for all the joy and wonder he brought to the city of Santa Fe. And may he be blessed in the next adventure, whatever that may be. So God bless you, Tony.
Thanks, Counselor. Apologies for not seeing. Others who have someone they'd like to recognize? I think we've tried our hardest tonight to be of service to the community and to recognize those who, in their own way, have been instrumental in Santa Fe. So let's take a minute and carry in our hearts our thoughts for them and for those in Santa Fe who are struggling and who we'd like to help. So a moment of silence, please. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll for us?
Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Castro,
Presente.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Here.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Present.
Mayor Weber.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there changes to our agenda that are need to be noticed?
Yes, item 20A will be postponed to a date certain. I believe the date is August 27th.
I think we need a motion to do that.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Right now, we got a motion to change first, I think I'd like to get a motion to postpone that item to the next, is it the next governing body meeting, Madam Clerk? And then
Yes.
we'll adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion to postpone that one item, please?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
And now a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Moved. Second.
There's a motion to approve the agenda with that amendment. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll on that, please, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
And could you identify things that have been removed from the consent agenda, please?
Item 9J and 9R have been pulled off of consent.
By,
9J was pulled by Counselor Michael Garcia, and 9R was pulled off by Counselor Cassett.
thank you. So that helps me know who to call on first, that's all. Can I get a motion to approve consent as amended?
So moved. Second.
Discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion to approve consent as amended?
Counselor Faulkner. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, can you take us to the first item on the agenda tonight?
Item 8A, presentation, update on Las Estrellas Track 6A donation, and here to speak is Interim Office of Affordable Housing Director Johanna Nelson.
Watch your step. There you go.
Good evening, counselors. Good evening, Mayor. And to confirm, we're not going to be able to see the presentation up on the screens, or are we able to? Okay,
We're currently operational.
okay. Wonderful. So I'm going to be speaking to the presentation that's uploaded to Civic Clerk, and folks can follow along. Should I go ahead and get started?
If you can
Okay.
get if you have a presentation you want to wire up, I'd do that. And then I would say, let's begin the presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you. And again, my name is Joanna Nelson. I'm the Director for the Office of Economic Development, Interim Director for the Office of Affordable Housing. Thank you very much, counselors, mayor, city staff, for allowing the opportunity to give you an update on this Las Estrellas project, considering Tract A for donation. And I'm sorry, my throat really dry. And the purpose of this presentation this evening is to make sure you have an update on the project, as well as we'll go over current activity and highlight some of the feedback we've been receiving recently from community. And I am joined tonight by Director Lamboy.
I think your mic may have been switched off inadvertently.
All right.
There you go.
Fantastic. So as a reminder for the mission of the Office of Affordable Housing, the entire focus and purpose of this team and of this staff is to increase and preserve the supply of affordable housing options in Santa Fe. And our office works to ensure that residents of all incomes, especially low and moderate income households, have access to safe and stable affordable housing through policy, funding, and partnerships. And again, the purpose of this presentation is to provide a background on city ownership and disposition of Track 6A, share updates on the RFQ process, and clarify any misunderstandings and outline next steps. So as a reminder to the community, the Office of Affordable Housing, in concert with the Asset Development Team, released an RFQ, otherwise standing for a request for quotes, to identify a qualified development partner to build permanently affordable housing on city-owned land also known as Tract 6A, aligned with Santa Fe's housing goals. The other purpose was to ensure a transparent and competitive process was also followed to identify a partner who can deliver high-quality, income-restricted housing. For background, in 2019, the city acquired 248 acres in the Las Estrellas community, ending a 90-year-old development agreement with Santa Fe Estates, Inc. This property includes 9 tracts governed by the Las Estrellas Master Plan and the city-state residential development regulations. In 2023, January, the governing body adopted a resolution sponsored by Councilors Garcia, Villarreal, and Weber, and this called for a strategy to sell or donate Tract 6A, which is roughly 19 acres, for affordable housing. This also directed staff to pursue a donation or sale aligned with affordability goals. We'd also like to take a moment to share a timeline since this resolution was passed in January of 2023. Following in December of 2023, the city issues the RFQ. February, 2 proposals were received and evaluated. A successful proposer was selected, and the Office of Affordable Housing began the donation agreement negotiations. In January of 2025, the city entered into a PSA with Attorney Garrison acting as declarant. April 2025, the draft donation terms were finalized, highlighting at least 40% of the homes for low to moderate income households, minimum the 45-year affordability restriction, and the RFQ and proposal incorporated into donation agreement. In July, the city hosted a community meeting to facilitate feedback from community. Regarding specifically community engagement, as you can see on the screen, a number of communications have gone back and forth with key stakeholders in Las Estrellas. Most importantly, in July, the residents were emailed the packet of materials submitted to the clerk's office. And that's when we were able to host the community meeting, specifically July 16th, where we solicited feedback from residents, and we'll go over that shortly. And happy to answer any questions specifically. Folks can reference these dates. Clarifying what happens after the RFQ process and giving some light into where we're at in this activity. So the respondent was selected through a public RFQ process. The next steps that unfold, we have put into 2 distinct phases. Phase 1 is the disposition consideration. Phase 2 is the development planning and engagement. Each phase includes separate approvals and opportunities for public input. Going into more depth about these phases, phase 1, in which we're in, includes the city evaluating and approving the potential donation of land. The donation agreement includes affordability, development, and legal conditions, and there are no development approvals at this state. Phase 2, development planning and public engagement, includes if the happens if the donation is approved. The respondent begins detailed planning, includes full planning commission review and neighborhood engagement, and all standard city approval processes apply. Tract 6A is currently subject to the Las Estrellas residential and master covenants. January of 2020, the city terminated a 1930 agreement with Santa Fe Estates. It regained 248 acres and became the declarant, or authorized to enforce and amend covenants. As declarant, the city oversees both master and residential covenants. In January of 2025, Attorney Jake Garrison contracted with the city to act as declarant and draft amendments. And I will note that there was a considerable gap in timing when the respondent was identified for the city to find an attorney that was able to act as declarant. The respondent requests removal of track 6A from the residential covenants. And then the draft agreement would include a 45-year affordability restriction via land use and deeds. The next steps include in August, presenting to the governing body and committees the agreement to donate track 6A, including committee review from the Quality of Life, Finance, and ultimately the governing body. Ongoing, our team is involved in policy review, continuing in parallel to ensure alignment with procurement and land use requirements. And if approved, the respondent would begin phase 2, which includes community engagement and detailed site planning. Throughout phase 2, the city would ensure transparency, accountability, and multiple opportunities for meaningful public input. I'd also like to point out that questions and feedback can be submitted to contact OAH@SantaFeANM.gov. And we try to put out timely updates through the Office of Affordable Housing newsletter. And we have identified an upcoming housing community meetup September 16th. And generally, I should note that this would be general updates about housing projects throughout the city and would encourage folks to sign up and get information. And I'd love to turn it over to Director Lamboy to talk about regulatory framework and the land use review process.
I'm not as tall as she is. Good evening. I'm Heather Lamboy. Members of the council, I'm happy to introduce a framework for the process. So this is step 1 that does not involve an approval from a land use perspective. So I did a little research and wanted to provide the framework for the previous efforts of governing bodies with the city of Santa Fe regarding affordable housing in this part of town. So in the 1974 Urban General Plan, there was a recommendation of development of the public sector, of the Northwest sector. So at that time, there was no 599, and it was a little broader in its definition than it is today. But generally speaking, it was determined that the Northwest sector would be appropriate for housing in that 1974 Urban General Plan. It was followed by a 1977 resolution in support of the goals for redevelopment of a new community on city-owned land. That the city council and the city of Santa Fe supports the development of the city's Northwest quadrant land so as to provide new opportunities for Santa Feans now unable to afford adequate housing. So at that time, I mean, unfortunately, we have had a lack of affordable housing for a long time, things that are attainable for the citizens of Santa Fe. So also in 1979, there was a master plan that was adopted for Las Estrellas, and that was the first master plan. There have been amendments since. In Plan 83, which was the next general plan update, there was also a recommendation of development of that Northwest sector and sort of furthered the goals of that 1977 resolution. So there was additional detail at that time. In 1996, there was a master plan that was developed with additional detail. So the earlier plan really did not have much detail. So that was more fleshed out in 1996. And additionally, in 2005, there was a master plan amendment. All of these plans advocated for housing, but also, especially in 1996 and 2005, the affordable housing component was added and identified as a priority. The emphasis of providing affordable housing in the Northwest quadrant was an effort to provide equity and housing opportunity. So we don't want affordable housing just on Airport Road. We don't want, places for people to live just to be defined by a certain area. Airport Road is lovely. I do love the neighborhoods. My parents used to live in Vista Primera, but there's a lot of issues with transportation and access to employment and the like. So why not provide opportunities throughout the town? And that's been the emphasis since the 1970s regarding the Northwest sector. The general plan update in 1999, which we're updating right now, has guiding policies as to affordable housing. It gets into further detail. So there's the financial management of structures to improve the availability of affordable housing, some additional detail regarding financing affordable housing, and expanding interjurisdictional activities. So we had the growth of the Civic Housing Authority, the development of other affordable housing developers with Tierra Contenta and other builders who would be participating in providing affordable housing. So with that general plan update, it really was intended to provide sort of a guide to developing affordable housing throughout the entire city. And in between 2003 and 2009, there were feasibility studies and master planning for affordable housing in the Northwest Quadrant. So this is not something that is new. It's something that has been around for more than 50 years. So in the 2006 master plan, this tract 6A, called for 103 dwelling units with a density of 6.99 dwelling units per acre. We all know that density is not achievable. That's sort of a highest and best use. There are things like infrastructure, terrain management, concerns like in terms of percentage of slopes and, areas that are constrained for development. So typically in developments across town, the zoning density usually is cut by a quarter because of providing for all of this infrastructure and, lots, there's open space and the like. So there are things that have to be provided for that generally represents a 75% feasible area to develop. But that varies. It just depends upon if there's fewer constraints in terms of topography and the like. So there has been no development application that has been submitted at this point. The RFP did not include a development application requirement other than that one would have to be submitted. So there is a need for a subdivision plat, and there will be a need for detail that is required with any development application submittal. So the early neighborhood notification has not occurred yet. There has been public outreach, but nothing qualifies for an early neighborhood notification meeting. So this would be a meeting in addition to the outreach that we've done associated with this donation. So at the early neighborhood notification meeting, it will be publicly noticed, as well as, there will be an opportunity for the community to provide feedback to the developer. So it is a developer-run meeting, but city staff does participate and take notes, and we generally help with any technical questions as it relates to the code or background history. So the next thing is the application submittal, which typically occurs at least 15 days after the early neighborhood notification meeting. So one of the first things we do is, do we have a complete application? We assess the application to make sure we have all the necessary materials. Some are very simple. This one's going to be more complex because we really need to provide the background for the Planning Commission to be able to act on the case, and also for the public to consume. So the development review team, which is composed of all the departments like fire, life safety, as well as water, wastewater, transportation, all of those departments will be reviewing the application and providing comments to the applicant from a technical standpoint. And there's an introduction meeting with the development review team, as well as a meeting to, if there are a lot of issues, a meeting to collaborate and make sure that the comments that may conflict, for instance, if traffic wants our traffic engineering division wants a road here, but it needs to be widened because our fire life safety group says that road's too narrow in order for us to provide fire access. Then we collaborate and make sure that the application is as clean as possible for the planning commission to act on it. So that technical review also includes planning. We look at it for conformance with Chapter 14 and also other agencies, including our water team. And so they look at it not only for infrastructure, but also for the water budget. So that's a really important thing, is that the applicant is going to have to provide proof that we have sufficient water to serve this development. For the affordable units, that water, there is not going to be a requirement for water. That's something that the city does to help incentivize affordable housing. But for all of the market rate units, there has to be proof that water rights are provided to the city. Finally, there is the Planning Commission meeting. Once again, this is a public hearing, so there's opportunity for the community to provide feedback at that time. The staff report and analysis will be provided to the Planning Commission and is available to the public in the packet like we have for governing body. And there will be a recommendation from the staff team. I say the staff team because it's all the different departments that have commented, the development review team, as well as the planning staff, where we have collaborated on everything to make sure it meets all the different codes that are associated with the city. And then that notice is also, that meeting is also publicly noticed. So we get the word out to the community through yellow signs on the site, the publication of the agenda, and other ways like notification of neighborhood associations. So the neighborhood association list that we have, that we send out an email blast to all of them to let them know about the agenda and let them know. Furthermore, with the early neighborhood notification, we get the developer will typically make note of who's attending, and we will reach out to those folks as well. So it really is an emphasis of making sure, once again, that the community has the opportunity to comment and have input. And that concludes my portion of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe now we have a representative from HomeWise.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry about that. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Uval. I'm the Chief Government Affairs Officer with HomeWise, and I'm just here to talk tonight briefly about HomeWise, our model for doing affordable housing development, and to address a couple things or concerns that have come up about this site. I think all of you know that HomeWise is a nonprofit organization committed to creating successful homeowners and strengthening the neighborhoods that they live in. We offer all of the services that a household needs to become a homeowner under one roof. Last year, we helped last fiscal year, we helped 458 home buyers or people become homeowners in New Mexico. I wanted to talk a little bit about our model for doing development. I think, as all of you know, in addition to providing services to home buyers, we also develop for sale homes in recognition of the fact that our limited housing supply is really what's driving housing costs in Santa Fe and making it hard for the folks that we work with to find housing. So we do mixed income communities, which means some of the homes that we sell are market rate homes. Some of the homes that we sell are deeply affordable, deeply subsidized, so that they're affordable to low and moderate income buyers. We use the profit we make from the market rate homes to subsidize the affordable homes. So, one of the critiques of our proposal has been that why isn't it 100% affordable? It really is that mix of market rate and affordable that makes it work. The profit from the market rate homes is how we subsidize the affordable homes. I'm going to talk quickly about two recent projects that we've done, Miraflores and Desert Sage. Both projects have 40% affordability, which is double the Santa Fe Homes Program commitment. So we're really very adept at using this model in order to create affordable homes for the community. Miraflores is one recent community that we've done with 56 homes. And this community has a range of floor plans from 1 to 4 bedrooms. So we're serving a mix of folks, includes some open space and within walking distance of Swan Park. Desert Sage is another slightly larger subdivision we've done, also on the south side of Santa Fe. Again, 40% affordable with a range of floor plans, trying to meet the needs of different buyers in the community. I want to talk a little bit about affordability. So this chart shows the different affordability tiers that we target in any of our mixed income developments, and as well as Las Estrellas, if we were to secure that land. The second column shows the income range for that affordability tier. The third column is showing what will the purchase price be for individual or family in that income tier. And then the last column gives you a sense of like who can afford this. And this is based on current data. I went to the New Mexico Economic Development Department and pulled salary data there for the northern part of New Mexico. So this, I think, is a pretty accurate sense of who might be purchasing a home in a community that we build, including Las Estrellas. For example, at this lowest income tier, this would be affordable to an entry-level teacher. I know one of the issues that community members have raised about this project is that it is not accessible by public transit. And of course, some folks do depend on public transit in order to get around, but I think that this chart also shows that folks who can and might like to purchase a home in one of these affordable homes in Las Estrellas are also working professionals that likely have cars and use their cars to get places, just like many of us do, and would be very happy to purchase a home in this area. I wanted to also address a couple things around the topography of the site and the soil conditions of the site. Some community members have raised concerns that Track 6A has terrible topography and is not developable. And I just want to say very clearly that we do not think that is true. Your image on the left shows the topography for Track 6A. The areas in that pinkish red are areas with slopes that are greater than 30%. So you can't really develop on those slopes. There's a little bit of yellow that's between 20 and 30, but most of the site is actually under 20%. So we have laid out a site plan based on this topography. It's specific to the topography of the site. And we believe that it is feasible to get about 58 units on the site. Of course, we have to hire a civil engineer and work with the engineer to design the site. So that could change a little bit, but there's nothing about the site that scares us at the front end of the project. Like, this is a feasible project. The graphic on the right, it gives you a sense of the topography of other tracks in the master plan area, some of which you can see have homes already built, have already been developed. Track 6A is really very comparable to these other sites. And in fact, the topography is actually a little bit better than many of the other tracks that have already been developed. So if those tracks can be developed, Track 6A can be developed too. I have a similar story on the soil analysis. This shows you what the soil conditions are for Track 6A, as well as the other parts of the master plan area. The soils within Track 6A are generally in this classified as somewhat limited, meaning there's some challenges there with the soil conditions that will need to be addressed. That certainly will add to costs. Might have to bring dirt in or just do certain things when we're designing the site or designing the home. So I don't want to say that that's not something that we need to consider and that will impact cost. But it is feasible to address this. And also, as you can see, the soil conditions in Track 6A, very comparable to the soil conditions in other tracks located in the master plan area, many of which have already been developed. So we're not developing something that is, harder than developing other parts of the master plan area. And I think this just really reiterates what Director Lamboy already said, but if this land is conveyed to HomeWise, we will assemble a development team, including a civil engineer who will help us put together a site plan that works for the topography and the soil conditions of the site. We will work with our team to develop and submit a plat application to the City of Santa Fe Land Use Department per all of their requirements. And then we will follow their process for review, revision, and approval of the plat application, which of course includes at least one planning commission hearing. So with that, I will turn things back over to Johanna.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Director Lamboy. I'd love to finish up by mentioning, first of all, thank you. Sorry about my voice earlier. Whoever provided me with the throat lozenges, thank you very much. I talk too much during the day and drink too much coffee, so I'm obviously not hydrated enough. But I do want to wrap up the presentation and highlight some of the questions that were presented at the community feedback session on July 16th. We offered opportunity for folks to submit questions and concerns electronically through email. Many of you were copied on those correspondences. We also took live questions and prompts that you can see on the screen. And then we also encouraged and have been encouraging folks in the community to reach out electronically via email to submit those questions and concerns. We received well over 100 different concerns and questions that we did our best to compile. There were many, many email threads, and it took us a while. Thank you to the community and the public for your patience there as we reviewed those and tried to answer those as accurately as possible. Those are available on Civic Clerk, and you can reference those and download. I think it's about an 18-page PDF, and you can see all the questions and concerns identified. And I do want to say, I'll bring up a few concern themes that we saw from these prompts. So first was concerns about the process and wanting to be informed about the transparency moving forward, the timeline, hence sharing some of those dates with you all that are available in the presentation. Two, concerns and questions around the land use and development process that Director Lamboy identified, and also those steps and more information is available on the land use website. Third was infrastructure and service capacity. Some of the issues that Lisa and Director Lamboy mentioned that would be identified in that review process with land use pertaining to the details and structure would be in that phase 2 and addressed. Number 4 is affordability and eligibility. There were concerns about what is affordable, who would qualify for these types of homes. A 5th concern theme was environmental and open space considerations, desire to protect existing natural features, trails, open space, stormwater management, erosion, etc. 6 was accountability and performance. Requests for performance benchmarks for the successful developer, and desire for safeguards if affordable housing commitments aren't met. 7, community benefits, calls for inclusion of community amenities such as parks, playgrounds, community centers. Again, this is a very, very high level, broad catch of the concerns. I'd really encourage all to look at the questions that were compiled that are available online, and again, continue community to reach out to our office as well as you all to provide that feedback and raise those concerns. And Mayor and councilors, I'd love to open it up to questions. And again, we're joined with staff as well as a HomeWise representative to answer your questions.
Great, thank you. I suspect there'll be questions from just about everybody on the dais, including perhaps Councilor Romero Worth, who is remote. Let's just start and offer 10 minutes, and if we have to go around more than once, we will.
Mayor, councilors, may I just make a comment about the limitations of what's permissible in public at this
Absolutely.
point? Anything about the presentation, unless there was any accidental slips about the proposal in the presentation, but our affordable ordinance for donations does require that we follow the procurement code for donations. So the contents of the proposal are confidential until final award. Anything in the draft agreement is subject to question. Anything about past development by HomeWise is fine. Anything about the RFP process itself is fine, or about the donation parameters, all of that's fine.
Okay, and if there's a question, they can check with you. Go ahead, Counselor Castro, you have the floor.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Director Nielsen. I really appreciate the topography and the analysis on the soil. I think that was a major concern at the community meeting. Thank you, community members, for sending us your questions. Could you address one thing I didn't hear in the presentation? I apologize if I missed it, was the HOA fees and the fees that will these units will be subject to. That might be a HomeWise question.
Thank you, Counselor. We'll bring up Lisa with HomeWise.
Thank you, Counselor Castro, for your question. So HomeWise does, if this project is sites conveyed to HomeWise and we proceed with the project, we do intend to create an HOA for track 6A. I can't at this point say specifically what those HOA fees will be, but in all of our communities, we try to very intentionally design the community to try to keep HOA fees as low as we can, because obviously that is a factor in keeping the homes affordable. But also striking the right balance with making sure that the community is maintained and well taken care of.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I'm not actually sure if this is a question for you, but there was, they brought up some concerns around transit. And I know Director Nielsen, thank you so much for addressing some of those concerns. Is there anything that we can do as a body or our adjacent bodies to promote and support transit and the limitation of food deserts in this area?
Counselor, Mayor, counselors, thank you so much for the question. And again, thanks to the community for raising these really important issues. As you know, it's not just an issue for Las Estrellas, but throughout our community, to make sure that our residents have access to transit. And currently, we are in the process of continuing to compile those concerns that we are indeed putting on record for our office, as well as passing those on to the potential developer for this plan. So I would say that let's continue the conversation going so we can make sure that those are addressed. And looks like Director Lamboy has some feedback too.
Councilors, I would just also like to add that we are undertaking a general plan update process, which includes engagement with the county, as well as, consideration of this area. And transit, nearly 40% of the people who work here don't live here because they can't afford it. And so that's why this is a major priority of this council. And so transit and transportation are both going to be a major part of that general plan update, in addition to, what is being considered, what has been assessed and measured. You'll be having a presentation September 10th to talk about our existing conditions relative to a lot of issues, including transportation.
Thank you so much, Director Lamboy, for that. I just want to note September 10th again for that general plan update if anyone has any concerns, and I cede the floor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Chavez.
I really don't have any questions. I appreciate how thorough the presentation was. I think it addressed a lot of issues that were, that the community brought forward. And I love the Q&A. I think that it is a good way to show that we want to listen and respond to the community in this process. So I just want to say good job for starting that dialogue and being responsive. I think that's very important. So no questions, just comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As one of the lead sponsors for the resolution in 2023 that ultimately identified parcel 6A as the affordable housing feasible parcel, I'd like to bring up Terry Lease for a quick question, just because there was, and as Terry's coming down, I want to give some context. So this is a proposal that had been in the works I would say at least 2 years prior to being brought forward for consideration before the governing body. From my perspective, I wish we would donate all of the land for affordable housing development. And Terry can, verify that that's where I pushed. I actually was pushing for us to utilize every single parcel for affordable housing development, but it was through the research and feasibility studies that were conducted. It was deemed 6A was the parcel. Am I correct in remembering that, Mr. Lees?
Yeah. Councilor Garcia, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, yes, sir, that's correct. We did the site visit. We walked all of them. And
Right.
that, I think primarily one of the big is location on south side of 599, separated. But also it did appear to have some very buildable areas and easy access off of Ridgetop.
Okay, because that was one of, as I was starting to see a lot of community feedback, that was one of the recommendations we saw was don't build on 6A, but build somewhere else. And just to confirm, we did look elsewhere, right? We did verify that that site was the most feasible for affordable housing development.
Councilor Garcia, that's correct. Before the approval of the resolution 2023-4, we did the due diligence and identified 6A definitely as the best.
Yeah, you better get the mic a little closer to your mouth so everyone, not only here, but zooming in can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, Mr. Lee said that for those that weren't able to hear, the due diligence was done in those regards. So now as we kind of move forward through the process, and I guess maybe this is a question for the city attorney, does this proposal violate anti-donation?
Mayor Weber, councilors, the anti-donation clause of the New Mexico Constitution has various exceptions, one of which is for donations of funds or land for affordable housing. It was enabled by a state statute, and our ordinance was enabled also by the state statute.
So
So no, it
No.
is an exception. It
Okay.
is an exception to the prohibition against
gotcha.
donations.
So we've looked at other pieces of land. This was the most feasible. This does not violate any anti-donation issues. Now, as we begin to move forward with potential development of this process, this is a home-wise question. So part of this whole resolution, there was many parts and facets to it. And one of the facets was to ensure that there was local preference that was given to anybody that wanted to purchase the property. So there was the piece of the resolution that identified the parcel for potential donation for affordable housing development, but there was a separate component of this resolution that would give preference for any local development. Now, one of the pieces of feedback I saw from residents is that they hope that local developers would be involved. Are you a local developer?
I'm sorry, are we a local developer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so how do you go about building homes? Do you use local contractors, local plumbers, local electricians, et cetera?
Yes, I mean, HomeWise hires a general contractor to build our homes. The contractors that we work with are based here in New Mexico. We work with New Mexico contractors.
Okay, perfect. So not only are we continuing with the spirit, what was intended through the resolution? Is that your business model, or how would you?
Absolutely, Mayor Weber and Councilor Garcia, absolutely. I mean, our model and our history, our track record is to work with local contractors to build homes here in New Mexico. And that, if awarded this site, that would be our plan for developing Las Estrellas as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Nelson, I don't know if this is a question for you because you helped guide the RFP process, but what happens in the instance where the city makes the decision to donate the land HomeWise then says, hey, after doing X, Y, and Z work, we can't meet the requirements of developing the affordable housing. Does the city get that land back?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, yes, sir. It is written into the draft donation agreement. There's certain milestones that HomeWise has to hit and comply with. Part of the packet, one of the attachments to the donation agreement is a deed that will be signed by HomeWise, deeding the property back to the city in the event that these requirements are not met.
Okay, so residents are protected, residents of Santa Fe, because at the end of the day, this is the residents of Santa Fe property. City is ultimately the owner, but the taxpayers own this land. Now, as we move forward, and this is where it gets tricky, because a lot of concerns and questions are addressing what I would call phase two. Phase one is looking at the donation portion, but then we get to phase two, where it looks at things like traffic studies, et cetera. I want to just begin to tweeze these out, where what's coming before us in the coming weeks is only to address phase one, correct?
Councilor Garcia, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, and there will be plenty of time for phase one and phase two community engagement. Besides the meetings, are we planning any additional community engagement meetings just in addition to going to the regular council committees? What other community engagement is being planned for residents to ensure that their voice is ultimately heard?
Councilor, Mayor, and councilors, thank you for raising the question. It's a great opportunity for us to mention that we have been in communication with some key stakeholders with the Las Estrellas community to put out that invitation to help facilitate a community meeting prior to the agreement moving through committees. And of course, tonight there's the opportunity for community to provide feedback. And then pending when the best date is, we'll help and work with the community to figure out a good date for that. But no date particularly has been set. We also identified that September 16th date as a general affordable housing meetup to have as a fail-safe to also bring this to light and to discussion too.
Perfect. And then last question, because I think my time might be up. Madam City Attorney, there's nothing that prevents this proposed resolution or potential resolution from being held as a public hearing when it comes before the governing body. So I'm going to put a hypothetical out here that a proposal goes through the committee process. Then it goes for final approval at the governing body. Typically, a resolution is heard on the consent agenda. What I would like for this particular proposal is to be held as a public hearing. So there's nothing, in my understanding, there's nothing that would prevent such. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mayor and councilors, this will be as a contract, the resolution, there's not going to be a resolution associated with it. So I think your procedural rules could be waived. So it would be generally on discussion. So your procedural rules is the only thing in between you and public hearing.
Okay, perfect. Well, and that's regards, I am strongly advocating that this matter be a public hearing once it comes to the governing body. As we've seen, there's lots of community engagement on this. I want to ensure that the community's voice is heard. They have all opportunity to participate as this proposal moves forward. As I mentioned, this is something that has not only been in the works since 2023, but years prior. And I want to ensure that the years of work that went into this, in addition to the approval that happened 2 years ago, is not ignored, and we continue to move forward to determine how we address the affordable housing crisis in our city right now. And that means building affordable housing in every single corner of our community. That's the north side, that's the south side, that's the east side, that's the west side, that's Midtown, that's every vacant city lot in our community. We need to begin to identify how the city becomes a leader to develop affordable housing on city-owned land, which this is ultimately. So thank you, Terry. Thank you to everybody else that provided questions tonight. And thank you to the public that came out tonight as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell, are you ready to ask some questions or raise a point?
Just have one. Slam Boy, could you just take us through what the process will be for HomeWise, and what's their process for this project?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Lindell, so the process will be like any development application. And so we will require a pre-application meeting to meet with staff, get input from all the different departments, troubleshoot on a potential application. This is high level though. It really typically is just a concept plan that we get to see as staff. After the pre-application meeting, and potentially if the developer has amended their plans to respond to the comments that were, the initial comments that were provided by the development review team, the applicant will hold, or HomeWise in this case, will hold an early neighborhood notification meeting. And then once again, this will be a great opportunity for feedback from the public. Once the application has been submitted, then we will review that. City staff will review that and provide comment letters to the applicant from a technical basis, and then produce a staff report that will be presented to the Planning Commission and a staff recommendation. And once again, this is another opportunity for the public to have input at the Planning Commission public hearing. And finally, if there is an appeal that is filed, we hope that we will have dealt with all issues previously, but if there's an appeal that is filed, the governing body potentially could be acting on this case as well. And there would be an opportunity for public comment at that hearing.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Sir, Counselor Faulkner? You time yourself?
I have more of a comment than any questions. We talk a lot about affordability in the city of Santa Fe. And the only way affordability works is every single district has to take its share of affordable housing. And so I support this initiative because it is infill to some degree. And we really do have to like spread some things out throughout the city.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Maraworth, I don't know if you have any questions. I can't see if your hand is up, but if you would like to weigh in on this or ask staff or HomeWise representatives anything, now would be the time to offer your thoughts.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you. I apparently need to time myself, so one moment. Let me get my fabulous little app going. Start. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, both members of the public and of course staff, HomeWise, community partners. Really, truly appreciate it. One quick clarification, Director Lamboy, I'm going to guess this is for you. Just want to make sure we have something clear regarding water. You had stated that water is not needed for affordable houses, but rather water, correct me if I'm wrong, water is not needed to be brought by the developer. Rather, the city provides the water credits to make sure that there is enough water. Am I remembering that correctly?
However, Councilor Cassett, that is correct. Only for the affordable units. So for those market rate units, the water rights would have to be provided as part of their application.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I just know that making sure there's enough water for development is a very large concern within our community. So I want to clarify that it's not that water is not accounted for. It is simply one of the ways that we'd like to partner with affordable developers to encourage more affordable units is by taking that cost away from them. But it does not mean that water has not been accounted for. I really appreciate, the question and answers that were put together. Director Nelson, you are interim affordable housing director. You did not start this project. So I really do want to commend your work on this while you are also still acting in your role as director of the Office of Economic Development. You have taken on quite a lot. What I really appreciate about this is that a lot of time, we'll have public comment, which is a wonderful way for people to come in and express what they think, but it's not a great way for us to be able to respond and have a dialogue and see the questions and be able to provide those answers in written form, for us to be able to take the time to get those questions. So I really appreciate the process that occurred here. And I do want to speak to one of the challenges that we have with land use in general. And I think, Lisa, this may be a question for HomeWise as well. Our ENN process, we recognize needs work in terms of how we work with the developers and the community. One of the large challenges that we often hear about is that in order to have something presented in ENN, a lot of time, money, energy has already gone into having something to present. And so how we start to engage with communities ahead of time is really important. Now, HomeWise has actually done above and beyond on a lot of our projects with community development. So Lisa, I was hoping you could speak a little bit to that and how we can expect HomeWise to be a partner with us, with the community in this development, and what that philosophy is, because I know you guys have shown it many times.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, we have appreciated the community dialogue up until this point. I think it's been helpful to hear from community members what their concerns are about the project. I think some of those, as we dug in, like on the soil conditions and the slopes, we don't agree with, but there's other issues that folks have raised that we're like, yeah, we need to make sure we understand that if we move forward with this project. And, our intent is to engage with the community, going forward to engage with the community in a really good faith way, to continue to listen to their concerns and to respond to those with the design, but also fully committed to doing, a project in this community with a high level of affordability to meet the needs.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. And things like soil and slope, it does allow for that technical review to start to come in. Now, Director Lambo, you did mention that this is part of the application process. Is a lot of these concerns have not explicitly come through the city yet because we're just not there. Can you talk a little bit more to the design review team? Because that is, I think, a really key piece when a lot of people are very nervous about a development in regards to, you name it. We do traffic impact analyses. You mentioned life safety. A lot of times we've seen analyses of utilities, of septic. So can you speak a little bit more to what that's going to look like, or simply maybe restate what you already stated, because I think it's very important.
Thank you, Councilor Cassett and Mayor Weber. The design or development review team is a really critical piece of any application. We as planners can't think of everything, and there's a lot that goes into a development. We have civil engineers that review the terrain management issues related to how houses are constructed on the site. Fire life safety, they review to make sure that there's enough access to the site to provide response when there's a need. There's the Water and Public Utilities Division. They take a look at it to make sure that there's adequate infrastructure and determine from an engineering standpoint what will work. Is the lift station required? Is there a requirement for, other types of technical things to make sure the water flows well and the wastewater goes away? So there's a large team. Also, the archaeological review would be part of this because of the plat. Is there an archaeological investigation that would be required? I know for a fact that would be required as well. And so we would communicate that with the applicant. So it would get a review at the Archaeological Review Committee. So there's lots of different players or different stakeholders in the development review team, including outside agencies. And that would include the Santa Fe Public Schools, for instance. They provide us with information on what the expected student load may be. And, there are also impact fees associated with that type of development. So that is a broad overview of the development review team, and they play a critical role once the application has been submitted, but also at the pre-application level where they can troubleshoot, this doesn't look right and we need to address this.
Wonderful. And where can the public find that information? Because it's not hidden. It's just in the middle of a very dense packet of materials. Can you let people know where they can actually read for any development, not just this one, the thoughts of the design review team, and if there are any challenges that that a developer will need to overcome before final approval?
Thank you, Councilor Cassett, Mayor Weber. We will actually engage with the community a number of times. One of the things we don't do, like you mentioned, the early neighborhood notification process isn't perfect. And I will say that the development review process, in terms of the public having access to review materials and reports by the city, that is not as transparent as it needs to be. I didn't mention it because I don't know if we'll have the digital platform up and running, but we will be posting applications to this website so that people can understand what is currently under review and see the application package. And also we send out comment letters so they can see what the staff concerns are, which, compiles all of the development review team's comments.
Mhm.
So that will enable more robust engagement with the community. The community will also be able to ask questions and email the case manager so that they can, if there's a question about traffic and why is it that you came up with this certain number of cars and car trips when, we think that it'll be higher or something like that. So it really helps to have that engagement before a public hearing, because then I think the community feels better.
And then
At
it
a
gives you the
minimum, we also
opportunity.
post the packet to the civic clerk for the planning commission public hearing.
Right, that fun little chart that we get where it says, the few things, but again, it's pretty dry. So, as this community has already done such a great job of, is really making sure those questions are available. And as this team, I hope you continue to do those FAQs so that, the clarity is there, because we do speak, legalese, we speak plannerese, all these fun little languages that are not necessarily as clear as they could be. My time is just about up, but I just want to state that I also really support this project. Similar to my colleague, Councilor Faulkner, as another South Side representative, the amount of development that the South Side has taken on has been immense. And there is the need for the entire city to continue to take this on. We have this wonderful this housing development pipeline where you can see the number of units being developed throughout the city. That is a really wonderful tool to see how new development is dispersed throughout the community. Highly recommend individuals take a look at that. But I will state that concerns around, I will somehow see these comments of, well, this should be down Airport Road. We have concerns around traffic, around schools. Those concerns are very heightened on the South Side right now as well. I know a lot of our North Side schools, a lot of them are 60% or more interzone because children don't live there. We have, go try driving Lopez Lane in Rufina during rush hour. Don't recommend it if you have somewhere to go quickly. It is not a great intersection. And hopefully, we got some capital outlay to work on that as well. But these are our citywide challenges. And how we continue to look at how we can address them. To Councilor Castro's point around, how we start to look at public transit, and Director Lamboy, you brought up the general plan, and that is really something for us to be considering. But this is close to some of, the major capital districts of our community. And when we think about vehicle miles traveled for both sustainability as well as affordability of living, people being closer to the downtown area can assist in both those levels. So that is, again, as a South Side counselor, and thinking about how much we have taken on. Governor Miles is another place that development left and right. And so I know it is challenging. I know it is scary, but this is the number one issue in our community, is housing across the board. And every single part of our community is going to have to be taking a look at what our values are in terms of housing and whether or not our kids can stay here, whether or not we can stay here, to be perfectly honest. So thank you so much for the work. And again, thank you to Councilor Garcia and Councilman Villarreal and Mayor Weber for bringing forward this legislation a couple of years ago. And I am very excited to see it starting to move and look forward to continued conversations with the community and with our partner HomeWise, our hopeful partner HomeWise, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I think it was very informative and lays out kind of the plan from the beginning of time to, not the beginning of time, but the beginning of the timeline for this specific area to now. I think as my colleagues have all stated, there is a lot of need for housing in our community, and it's mixed. It is market rate. It is when you look at supply and demand and how that affects price, I think that that kind of tells its own story from a business perspective. But I do recall quite a lot of conversation over the discussion of the disposition of this property a couple of years ago, as again, Mayor Weber and Councilor Michael Garcia, Councilwoman Villarreal. This was always, from my perspective, something that was going to happen because there was at least one piece of property out of the whole area that was going to be in the scope of being affordable project. And so I know this is a difficult process to go through. There's a lot of moving parts to this. And I do appreciate the community for having input, because I think that it's very important to have community input. And so I'm just looking forward to seeing how this comes out. I do want to just make a comparison to building in District 3 in Tierra Contenta. It's all built out on ridges, and there's a lot of fingers, and it happened, and it's still happening, and it's going to happen. And so I think the larger picture, as Councilor Katz just stated, is how is it built out appropriately? How is it built out, keeping in mind its impact on the community, whether it's schools or traffic or, we just want something that's built nicely and works with the general area. And so those are just mostly comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions from counselors to my right, left? Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all of the community input that went into the Q&A, and the folks who I'm sure are here tonight to talk at petitions from the floor. As Councilor Garcia and I and Councilwoman Villarreal were the original sponsors for this, and I can speak for myself only in that my original intent was to see if this project as an largely affordable effort would be viable. We have to find out, and part of it was designed with the answer was designed to be answered by, or the question was designed to be answered by the foot tour that Councilor Garcia and Mr. Lees talked about, going to the site, walking the site, getting a feel for what actually could or could not be done across all of that area. And then the next step has been to see whether or not, if we could get any developer interested in the project, that would check the next box in terms of feasibility. If nobody's interested, it's not feasible. If we have a developer who said, we think we can make it work under the stipulations of the RFP, then we can, at that point, go to the next step, which to ask them come back with a comprehensive plan that would describe how they would go about meeting the requirements of the RFP and do it in a feasible way. We are still only at the feasibility question about, have we found a developer interested in taking on the project? That answer has been yes. If we go ahead with this agreement, then it'll go to the next feasibility question, which is, can HomeWise in this instance actually bring forward a project that works? And that will be the next test. If at some point they conclude it will not succeed, then at that point, we'll go back to the drawing board in terms of the disposition of the land. If they come forward with something that works, then our original policy intent, which is to have affordable units there as part of this citywide effort, if it works, then we have a project. But I think, as Councilor Garcia accurately described it, there are steps in this process. And the step we're in right now does not address the nuts and bolts of a development. It really only has to do with whether or not we have a partner who has proposed an arrangement, an agreement that would allow the next step to go forward. After that, it becomes really much more detailed about what their proposal would look like and does it work from all the different concerns that get raised. I know that it's frustrating and somewhat slow and attenuated as a process, but there is a step-by-step process that's going forward here. If we make this arrangement to transfer the land, then we move to the next step, which has much more to do with the specifics that were raised by quite a number of the questions that came forward from the community. Those details really have to be worked out in a development plan. Any other questions, comments? Thank you for the presentation from all parties. Thank you for being here and for laying it out. I would invite you to stick around if you want. There will be more comments from the floor shortly. But I think you've done a nice job of describing how we got where we are and what the different elements are going forward. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Item 9J, request for approval of a general services agreement with Southwest Water Works LLC for operation and maintenance services in the total amount of $432,750 for a one-year term. And here to speak is Wastewater Division Director Michael Dozier.
Can I get a motion before we go to
Motion to approve.
questions?
Second.
There's a motion to approve and there's a second. Councilor Garcia, do you want to jump into questions or do you want Director Dozier to give an overview of the proposal for those who weren't following it last time?
I'm happy to jump into questions unless Mr. Dozier wants to give a presentation.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we can just jump into questions.
Okay, I think this has to do with staffing and it has to do with a contract involving our wastewater facility. And Councilor Garcia, you pulled it off consent. So why don't you commence with questions that you have?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dozier. As I mentioned during the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting, I was going to be pulling this solely because the last time this was before the governing body, we didn't have any questions. And I wanted to ensure that anybody that was watching that meeting is tuned in to get the answers that we were trying to get last time. And so I appreciate that Deputy City Manager Phillips was able to take a lot of the questions that were asked and present them. And so I would ask if we can we get those part of tonight's record? Just because I don't want to go item by item by item. But there were questions such as what is the current staffing level? Well, maybe just these are things that we can go, and then maybe I'll jump into a question for you, Mr. Dozier. But for this particular position, we are down. We have a high vacancy rate in this position, and at Public Works and Utilities, we had a deep discussion around some of the expertise that is needed for a level 4 operator, and I think that's the challenge. Is we're seeing the low populace of operators in not only in our region, but statewide, potentially nationwide. And so that's why we're seeing the challenge for hiring folks. Now, when I look at it from the perspective, if you have that type of challenge, I want for the city to begin to develop a plan to develop our own, develop internally. Can you help me understand what is the plan to allow for a level 1 to move to level 2, level 2 to move to level 3, level 3 to move to level 4, because that's the greatest asset we have is our current employees, and providing them with the structure to move up to be able to build that capacity within our organization is going to be a much more sustainable practice versus trying to consistently contract out for a level 4. I'd rather build up internal and be able to hire the lower level positions versus constantly being challenged to hire the higher level positions. So hopefully that you can help me understand what is the plan to help develop employees internally.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we're working right now to build that internal grow your own process. We have already started in the previous year where we were changing a higher class operator, saying like a basic level 1 or level 2, and opening more entry positions so we can fill the entry positions to start that process going. We're also working with the community college. I actually have a brainstorming meeting with one of the instructors at the water program for Santa Fe Community College. We're trying to get not only our operators in the program, but also getting other interest at the college to start going into that program. We've also been discussing conversations on how to get down to at least even the high school level to start at least giving them an opportunity to come out and look, understand what the work is, and it is a very profitable profession. So mainly our work is trying to get the outreach to get out to everyone that can possibly come into the position, but then also working on our internal employees, trying to get them up to the level 4.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dozier. One of the questions I had asked last time was, have we used contracts in the past for these type of positions? And based off the response we got from the deputy city managers, yes, we've used contract operators to fill positions as needed. Are we currently contracting with any operators right now to fill positions outside of what's proposed right here?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we are currently contracting with this company, but it is not contract work at the moment. We just did a small purchase order to get the employee in.
So can you help me understand? So we contracted with
the same company, just hiring for only a month.
So we contracted with them. They were a short-term contract, but then they got hired full-time by the city.
No, they were just we contract that out with this same company to get an operator out there to test it out for a month to see how it would work.
Gotcha.
And now that's why we were bringing this forward to try to keep that employee coming back.
Okay. And then just to reiterate, we said this last meeting, but I want to just reiterate how crucial this position is for operations, because there are state laws mandating a certain number of employees that are on board. And so can you help not only me, but the public understand what those requirements are and what it looks like?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, yes, that is true. The New Mexico statute 20.7.4.7L prohibits us to do remote operation of the plant. So there has to be a level 4 at the facility 24/7 if as any time that we're open.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, my hope is that this is a 1-year contract, that we're able to grow our employees and get folks promoted from level 3 to level 4 quickly, and vice versa, or in the same aspect, a level 2 to level 3, and you start filling those gaps and start building that pipeline. Because I'll be honest, when a contract that comes forward that pays a contractor 2 to 3 times more than a typical employee makes, it's quite frustrating. and it's demoralizing to the workforce. And that's not how we should be operating. And I understand we're in a predicament based off of the availability of employees, but we know that this is a position that is critically needed. And we have to ensure that we're not reliant on these contracts to get the daily work done. So I wish you the best of luck. And if there's anything we as a council can do to help build that pipeline of the internal talent we have with our employees, because I'm confident we've got internal talent. It just takes time to move folks up. Please let us know, because I'd rather be investing in our employees than investing in a contract that pays 2 to 3 times than what employees typically make. So that's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dozier.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions at this time for?
Just wanted to make a clarification if I can.
Absolutely, Counselor.
I just wanted to be clear because I think that you and Director Roach made it very clear that you guys will be seeking to hire for this position, posting it, looking to recruit, and in hopes that we get it filled sooner than later. So potentially it could be less than a year because you will be applying efforts to fill the position, correct?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Chavez, that's exactly correct. And that's part of why we only wanted to do 1 year. So it basically puts a fire under us that we make sure we keep forcing to go and try and find an employee that can be hired internally. So we're not relying on these contracts.
And I just wanted that emphasized because I know that you both stressed that in discussions at committee that, this is a temporary fix and all efforts will be applied to actually get the position filled internally. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was captured in this dialogue. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little bit of that dialogue piqued a couple of interests in this. And how long does it take to attain a level 4 certification of what we're trying to hire for?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, on a extremely fast track, you could possibly make it happen in 5 years.
Do we have other level 4 operators, whether not just in wastewater, but in water, or other people that would be able to cross over without without dismantling another division? Is there in the city?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, we actually utilize one operator that is currently at Canyon Road facility. He will actually come over. He's a double 4, so he will come over and cover shifts when we have call-ins or anything if he's not on shift at Canyon Road.
Okay, well, again, I'm looking at this from a money perspective. It is exuberantly expensive. And I know when you're contracting out, I used the analogy last time, or maybe during our committee meetings, is that, when you can do things in-house, you absolutely do that. And when you can't, obviously it's just going to cost you. And if you cannot do without it, then you're forced to do this. And I think that's where we're at. But, from a managerial standpoint, I really hope that every person in the city that is capable of doing this job should either have the opportunity to be looked at or given the opportunity to be in this, to help us get out of this situation that we're in right here. And so again, I'm looking to leadership, I'm looking to management, and we do what we have to do, but at the same time, this is definitely a lot of money just for a 1-year contract. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments or questions from the governing body? Counselor Merriworth, I can't see your hand, but if you have a question, you have the floor.
All good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
No.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you for being here, Director. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Item 9R, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselors Alma Castro, Michael Garcia, and Pilar Faulkner. A resolution proposing a ballot question to be submitted to the city's voters during the November 4th, 2025 regular local election regarding amending the city's charter to limit the mayor's authority to vote when there is a tie.
Mayor, I would just like to move that we move this after petitions from the floor. I know this has been a topic of conversation in the community and folks might be interested in commenting.
Second.
Okay, we're about 15 minutes from, or 20 minutes from 7 o'clock. I guess the proposal is to move this on the agenda to after petitions from the floor and take up things between that on the agenda.
Correct.
Motion is to put this after petitions from the floor. There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Very good. So we will move then to the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk. If you could take us to that item.
Item 10, discussion agenda 10A, request for approval of a budget amendment resolution bar to fund an emergency procurement with Arena products and services for the purchase of equipment to repair the ice arena at the Genoveva Chavez Community Center, GCCC, in the total amount of $222,098, excluding NMGRT, from the Capital GRT Fund to equipment machinery over $5,000 in the GCCC Fund. Here to speak is Recreation Director Brian Stinnett.
Move to approve?
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second, but we also have both Director Hammond Paul and Director Stinnett here to, excuse me, brief us on this item and affirm the background of this particular bar. So, Director Paul, Hammond Paul, you gonna kick it off?
Mayor Weber, councilors, thanks for having us here tonight. So for context, this is an issue that's of deep interest and concern in the community, and the city's moving resources around so that we can address it with expediency. I will just give a little context about why this item is on discussion, and also maybe a little bit of background, because at Quality of Life this past week, Director Stinnett and Director Sanchez Tucker of Community Services Department had intended to give a presentation kind of really diving into the very, very complex details of the engineering and the actual structure of our ice arena components. Due to technical difficulties, we weren't able to have that presentation, but it is scheduled for next Wednesday's Quality of Life. I believe, if it's okay with folks, unless people do have very kind of technical and high level or technical questions about the components and the process there to make these repairs happen, it might be best to save some of the kind of more technical conversation for next Wednesday when we can enter that presentation into the record. As for what is this item, we are attempting to purchase the equipment necessary for the repair. And due to some internal processes of having to move money from carry forward money from fiscal year 25 into fiscal year 26, as well as identify funds to pay for the both parts and labor that are required. We are and put that through our city process in as expedient way as possible. We're doing an emergency procurement, as well as bypassing one committee to make it so that we could bring this to you all for quick action as a discussion item. Normally it would be on consent. So that was a lot, and that has nothing to do with what we're actually purchasing. But I just wanted to provide that context, and I'm happy to provide additional context to really rely on Director Stinnett to give some of the kind of technical information if Mr. Mayor or the City Council would like that.
Please go ahead. I think it's important to get the facts out here so we understand how this is moving and why you're doing it this way.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor. As everybody may be aware, the rink was closed on June 9th, due in part to two of our 5 major systems, our dehumidifier and our cooling towers for the rink. For clarity, previous closures were due to compressor systems and other parts of the rink, which have been repaired in full in the fall of 2024 and the spring of 2025, to the tune of $660,000 in less than a year's time for rink structure and key components. From June 9th through July 18th, my team worked expeditiously and took a deep dive into as many contractors that could provide the services that we need to repair the latest 2 shutdowns of the cooling towers and dehumidifiers. A lot of the hurdles that we encountered were expertise in the state of New Mexico and rink-specific companies that can actually do the work in its full scope for both of the systems that we have. We have a previous working relationship with Arena Products, who did the previous repairs in the fall and the spring of 24 and spring 2025. They were able to get us a full quote for absolutely everything that we need to repair both of those systems. During their discovery from prior visits, as well as after they've came out, 3rd week of June is when they were able to come out the first time. It's discovered that the cooling towers specifically and the overall design of the rink from its inception belong in a climate much colder than Santa Fe, Minnesota, New York, Northeast type area. So the rink that we have built is not made or designed to keep up with the climate that we have in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Their recommendation, instead of repairing the part, repairing the systems that are down, are a full replacement and a re-engineering of those parts so that it'll set it up for success for the future. Those 2 specific items came back to the tune of $222,098. The lead time given to us is 8 to 10 weeks from a executed purchase order that we can provide them. As soon as we can provide them the PO, they can purchase the items and start the clock on that deliverable for us to then work with a second company, B&D Industries, that is our emergency services provider for the GCCC. In January 2025, we entered into an agreement with B&D Industries for up to $1 million for any emergency situation projects that come along with the ice rink or the aquatic sections. B&D is the only company at our availability and disposal that can do the labor and install of the parts being purchased through Arena Products. We've waited for their final bid for the labor and install, which we received this evening, gladfully. We'll add that to the presentation for Wednesday. However, most important is purchasing the items so that they can arrive. That gives us a little bit of time to finish out the rest of the work to get the labor and install contract with B&D and as close to an expedited rebuild, replace, repair for our ice rink. Good news is once these 2 systems are complete, we've completed 3 of 5, almost as a brand new rebuild. These are the last 2 major components of the ice rink, which will essentially turn it into a new rink engineered and designed for the high desert climate of Santa Fe.
Thank you. I'd entertain questions from members of the governing body. I'll start to my left this time. I don't know if everybody would have a question. Counselor Garcia, do you want to kick it off?
Thank you, Mayor. I just, yeah, it's been pretty, somewhat frustrating from the perspective of the community that calls on us to have things working and understanding that, things do break. Obviously, when were all of the initial components of the ice rink, were all original, correct?
Yes, Counselor, everything except for one of our compressor skids is original to the rink. In 2019 and 2020, skid 2 was replaced in an effort for some other repairs back then. So that's the only new component that we have in the rink since it was built in 1999, 2000.
Thank you. And the other last question I guess I would have is, it's been 1999 to 25 years, 26 years. But I would, again, saying that they did last for quite some time. I do hope that all of our maintenance records and all that stuff, because a lot of times that's what comes to our first mind. Were we maintaining this property? Were we utilizing the contractors or even internally to keep this thing maintained for the future? And I think that being that we are at this junction, that we have all of the tools and the abilities to keep it going for the next 20, 30, maybe 40 years, given that we're now have the most optimal equipment for a high desert climate. So just mostly a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Stinnett, Director Hammond Paul for being here. I know that at the quality of life presentation, we'll be able to go into more detail, but piggybacking off of what Counselor Garcia was discussing in terms of longevity and ensuring that we are not seeing this again. Director Stinnett, I knew you and I have had conversations that this needed to be about every 5 years, we needed to be doing some type of maintenance, and this has not been occurring. So if we can, I know that we'll get into more detail on prevention, and I'm fine to wait until quality of life when we do have that opportunity in the presentation in front of us. But I think for the public, just if you could give a very, smaller answer around, how are we going to prevent this, and what should maintenance look like in the future? Do we expect shutdowns that are going to be a week, 2 weeks? If we had been on top of things for the last 20 years, 25 years, what would this look like, and what can we expect going forward?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I'll let Director Stinnett speak to the kind of specifics there, but I think it's important to point out a couple kind of structural things that will help us avoid these situations in the future, which is really taking a deep look at how we and to Director Stinnett's credit and to the credit of all the employees in the Recreation Division, they are really working to build resilience and redundancies in our program and our facilities. And for instance, with much of the mid-year appropriations, that was preventative. We weren't waiting until things were breaking to say we need to get extra parts for our pools or extra parts for a variety of the facilities that we run. But that said, we do need to think proactively about how we structure our budget and our processes to allow for, if we know things are going to break, how can we have expedient funding mechanisms to make it so that a division may have contingency funds that they can rely upon to process things expeditiously. How can we have access to kind of more expedited structures in our whole of government system that would set them up ultimately for success in solving problems quickly. But over to Director Stinnett.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Cassett and Mayor. The specific to the question, as I went in earlier, we have 3 of our 5 major components repaired, rebuilt, and in a brand new state. Our compressors, The heart of our rink is the most important and probably the most expensive. Those repairs are done and complete. We have 4 fully functional working compressors in the rink. The support systems now are the next piece. Once these get repaired, we're essentially at a point in time where we start off with a new rink. Our compressors require what's called a minor and a major repair or replacement every 2 to 5 years. The minors would be every 2 years. That's if you're looking, I'll use a car analogy. If you're replacing the head gaskets on an engine, that's a minor repair for our compressor systems. A major every 5 years is a full rebuild of the engine, right? You need to replace that. During that 5-year window, the compressors should run for anywhere between 5,000 to 7,000 hours maximum. During that amount of time that they are running, they are designed to cycle on and off to maintain the ice. So you should have 2 compressors running at one time, never have 4. They cycle on and off for an hour or 2. They don't overheat. They don't overwear. They don't do any of those types of things that cause damage. Upon my arrival 3 years ago, it was my understanding that since about 2017, the rink has not had 4 operational compressors as far back as 2017, 2018. Maintenance records are incomplete, but current service that had been done on these show that all the parts are original to the rink. So those minor and those major rebuilds have never occurred. The hours ran is up in the 50,000 range as opposed to the 5,000 and 7,000 recommended manufacturer replacement and repairs. Because of that, that's part of the reason why we are here in this moment right now. When we proactively look at the other systems, the heart of the rink is the compressors. Before we can assess any type of condition of everything else, we have to get the engine running before we can determine if the radiator is running, which is our cooling towers. And then our dehumidifier is essentially the air conditioner. We got to make sure that's working next, but we can't do it unless the engine is fully functional. That happened in March 2025.
Well, thank you. And I definitely have more questions and we'll cover them at quality of life. Real fast, this is the budget amendment resolution. How long will it take to cut the PO? Because this is step 1, and then we actually have to get the PO going before our contractors will move forward with the next step. So how fast of a process is that?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, somewhere, is assuming it is approved tonight, around 7 days.
Okay.
That's generally, there's plus or minus a few days.
Okay, well, I hope we can do some minuses because I know that this has really been a challenge for the community. I really want to thank you, Director Stinnett. I know that this has been a heavy lift since you have come on. I know that there's been other aspects of the Chavez Center, which is trying to hold 2 completely different climates in one building. That's fun for you to deal with, so thank you. But I really have appreciated how much work you have put into deferred maintenance, as well as how we start to look at upkeep and making sure we're not going to have things moving on too fast.
And if I may, just to add to the maintenance schedule, a full maintenance schedule has been developed and designed, not just for the compressors, but for every component in the ring. Every 5 years for the cooling towers, every 5 years for the dehumidifier, every 1 year for the HVAC. That's all laid out, and a projected budget will be presented on Wednesday for what that's going to cost so that we can do some of the proactive planning for those expenses. On top of that, Director Hammond-Paul mentioned that we're building some redundancy in the rink. Myself, our complex manager Sperlin, and our ice arena manager Cisneros, we are all getting certified ice technician trained. Manager Sperlin is off in Palm Springs right now, getting 1 leg of his 3 legs done. Cisneros is going next week, and I will be going early October for mine. And then we also have our newly created ice rink technician position that we just filled this past spring, will be a 4th certified ice technician position. so that we have redundancy to understand what it's going to take to keep the rink running, should there be any exits on staff.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. No further questions.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Counselor Merriworth, are you tuning in? You want to raise a question or two?
No questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Faulkner.
Counselor Cassett's line of questioning covered the questions I would have had.
Good, thank you. Counselor Lindell, you have a comment or question?
I have a comment. Thank you. The lesson here is next time we're going to build a massive building, the engineering on this building has cost us a fortune and it's never been right. We paid a few $100,000 a few years ago to get rid of the pigeons. I mean, this building has been like our white elephant. When everything's great, yeah, it's great. It's seldom great. We spent a massive amount of money on this building and the maintenance of it is just nonstop. So, you know, it's too late to go back and tell the engineers, how did this happen? But I would encourage all city staff in the future to pay a lot of attention to what we're buying and how long the guarantee is, because this building has been the absolute money pit for us. So that's my comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologize, I'm trying to, this request is for, is it $222,000.98? So
yes.
Timing, the estimate, for lack of better words, is only good for 30 days. We don't get that PO within the next 8 days. Have we connected with this entity? Because here in the estimate, I mean, it's on page 3, this quote is good for 30 days from the date stated above. And it was July 21st when it was brought forward to us. That was 3 weeks ago. Have we reached out to them to let them know that bureaucracy takes time? And I mean, so any response to that?
Yes, Councilor Garcia, Mayor, I met with Arena Products late last week, letting them know on the continued progress of where we are. And I have about 2 scheduled calls a week updating them. The quote has not changed. He doesn't anticipate it changing. However, you are correct. It is good for 30 days. He has updated it recently, as far as I believe 2 weeks ago. So there's a little bit longer of a timeline on that. The only thing that could change that is if there's a difference in shipping cost or anything. We've been, I won't say guaranteed, but we've been instructed through Arena Products that there is an expectation for an increase in the parts themselves.
Okay, thank you. And then also in the letter, it says that quoted price does not include any related taxes, permits, or licenses or special insurance that may be required for the desired work to be completed, disposal of old Evapco cooling tours, crane service, welding, any electrical, pipe and or pipe fittings, any refrigerant glycol, engineering, labor to install any components, and anything not specifically included. So out of that whole list, what do we estimate to incur costs on?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, so what this is purchasing is the cooling towers and the equipment itself. And we have a second procurement that will happen with an on-call vendor, which will include the labor and install. And that will include all of the items that you just listed. And that will be with our on-call, locally licensed business, B&D impact. Yeah, B&D.
Okay. Might you have that estimate for those services?
They just sent it tonight, and Director Stinnett will be including those figures in the Wednesday presentation.
Okay. So that's one thing I want to just make it clear to the public, it's not only the 222,000, there's additional costs as well. And I think that's where it's critical. We've got to ensure that we're maintaining these products. And so last question, these are expensive coolant towers. Are there warranties on them?
The manufacturer warranties are 10 years. For the cooling towers, the Munters is a repair. So there is not a warranty for the repair of the dehumidifier.
Okay. Thank you, Director Stinnett. That's all the questions I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Councilor Castro?
No, many questions have been answered. Thank you so much, Director Stinnett, for all the hard work. Thank you, Director Hammond Paul. It's been a ride, but you've done a great job. Thank you.
Councilor Garcia, you have a follow-up?
Not a follow-up. I just want to apologize to the ICE users. This is not only frustrating and upsetting for them, but it's honestly for me. I don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues, but for me, it's when we invest so much money in a facility such as an ice arena, and then you begin to garner such a huge following, whether it's ice hockey, ice, figure skating, recreational ice users. I mean, folks go there just to go put on some skates and go hang on the side and go skate around. I mean, people enjoy it. And when we take away that type of service for months, it's quite frustrating. Whether it's ice rink or swimming pools, I think we've got some work to do. So I hope we can get this fixed and we don't have any foreseeable challenges with this, but let's not forget the users. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. I think, Councilor Castro, you asked for a chance to speak.
I apologize. I should have done this
It's
earlier.
okay. It's okay.
But I do want to point out that government moves very slowly, and 1999 was quite a long time ago. So I do want to plug one more time, September 10th, the opportunity for us to talk about the general plan and what we want to see in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very thorough presentation. I know you'll go into more detail at quality of life. There are a number of things that struck me as they struck my colleague, Councilor Lindell, which is how much this building needs constant attention. And some of it has to do with the kind of tongue-in-cheek comment about two different recreational facilities that are at different temperatures and very different uses operating under the same roof. It's a complicated building and visionary at the time, and yet it also has major built-in challenges. I was surprised to learn when you brought it to our attention that the original design of the rink wasn't even appropriate to the northern New Mexico climate. That had never been flagged before in all the work that's been done to try to bring the rink forward. And I did take a tour with you to look at the ancient equipment that's under there. It really does look something out of the Industrial Revolution. When you see those gigantic skids and the pipes, it's antiquated to say the least. And I think your efforts to nurse it along have been tremendous, just trying to keep patching it. But now we've reached the point where that isn't going to work. And we really have to go back to a rebuild, fundamental, basic rebuild. Your command of the details and the facts tonight is quite, to my mind, impressive. Your knowledge of the technology and the requirements to have an operating rink tell me you have been up to your elbows or beyond in the details. This is not something you're farming out to others. So I think the city is very well served to have you in that position. Expediting this is in everybody's interest, but you're really in a very important moment where getting it right is the most important thing of all, and making sure that we don't have another recurrence because we've cut a corner or sacrificed expediency for excellence. So I know you'll be doing this, Councilor Cass, that you'll be doing a deep dive But in the meantime, I think it's in everybody's interest that we move forward as quickly as possible, and for getting this on the calendar tonight is a step toward getting it done. So thank you. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. Look forward to your presentation at Quality of Life, and then follow up after that with the new data you just got tonight. Thank you both. I would entertain a motion to go now, instead of to matters from the city manager, to petitions from the floor, and then we could resume with the matter that was put after that.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Very good. So we now have an opportunity for anyone who wishes to speak to anything on their mind that is not covered by a public hearing. And we do have a public hearing later on the agenda. So if you wanted to speak to that, hold your comments until that comes up. But if there's something that is not a public hearing matter, but you want the governing body to hear your thoughts, please come to the podium, give us your name. The city clerk will keep a timer so that everybody gets the same and equal amount of time. When you hear the music, please try to wrap it up, but we are all here to hear what you have to say. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Hope you're all doing well. My name is Suzanne Romero, District 1. Okay, I was here about a month ago and we talked about the mural of the Blessed Virgin Mary over at the rail yard. Okay, and it goes back to information that I had requested to be cleaned back in May. So here we are, the 13th of August, it has not been cleaned. And when I'm told by a city manager that he knows who the artist is, but he's working with a third party, I'm sorry, I cannot buy that. I can tell you that, well, I know somebody that painted it and they want it cleaned, and that they went to me to be a third party. Can you see where I'm coming from? This doesn't make sense, but this is what the city is telling me. So I'm asking again, please clean it. We can have discussions. I went to the art commission meeting the other day, and I'd like to give solutions that we can work on to also honor the missing and Indigenous women. And I think that's something that the city body can possibly take up without disrespecting and giving respect to the Blessed Virgin, who is the patroness of the Americas. I also want to find out for maybe sometime you guys can give a report on the status of my favorite Soldiers Monument. We've gone through so much on that. I'd like response on that. Never gonna let, I've told you before, I will go to my death till we get it raised again. And I can hardly wait till that happens. Want to do that. And also the 3 disappointments was the way that we handled the old Pete's Place. I'm very disappointed in the way that we handled the pallet homes. I'm very disappointed in the way that the Zobra and the taking, and pardon me using the word murdering of the trees. What has happened to our city? We really need to think of us and listen to the people. Thank you very much. Have a good month, and I'm sure I'll probably see you all next month.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes, you have the floor.
My name is Lazarus Chaim Kaufman. Thank you for your message. I support everything you said. 2 days ago, on August 11th, Israeli occupation forces assassinated Al Jazeera journalists Anas al-Sharif, Mohammed Koraqiya, along with photographers Ibrahim al-Thair and Mohammed Nofal. They were targeted in a direct assault on the tent where they were stationed, across from El Shifa Hospital in Gaza. Anas al-Sharif, one of Gaza's bravest journalists, and his colleagues were deliberately killed in a desperate attempt to silence the voices documenting the occupation and ongoing destruction of Gaza. For nearly 2 years, Anas and his team reported fearlessly from the ground, bringing the world raw, unfiltered accounts of life under constant bombing. Despite the loss of colleagues and threats to their lives, they remained determined to show the world Gaza's truth. Anas was a father of 2. Before his death, he left behind a final message to the world. This is my will and my final message. If these words reach you, know that Israel has succeeded in killing me and silencing my voice. Peace be upon you and God's mercy and blessings. God knows I gave everything to be a voice for my people ever since I opened my eyes in the Jabalia refugee camp. My hope was to return with my family to our original town of occupied Asqalan, but God's will came first. I never hesitated to convey the truth without distortion or fear, so that God may bear witness against those who stayed silent, who watched our children and women torn apart and did nothing. I entrust you with Palestine, the jewel of the Muslim world, the heartbeat of every free person. I entrust you with its children who never had the chance to dream, their bodies shattered under Israeli bombs. Do not let borders restrain you. Be bridges to liberation until dignity and freedom return to our stolen homeland. I entrust you with my daughter Sham, whom I never got to watch grow up, with my son Saleh, whom I had hoped to guide through life, with my mother, whose prayers protected me, and with my wife, Saleh, steadfast like the olive tree, who carried everything in my absence. If I die steadfast upon my principles. I testify before God that I'm content with his decree. O Lord, accept me among the martyrs and make my blood a light on the path to freedom. Forgive me if I fell short. Pray for me. Do not forget Gaza, and do not forget me in your prayers. April 6, 2025. In a recent interview, Anas al-Sharif's brother revealed that just 4 days before his assassination, Anas was offered a tempting deal to leave Gaza with his family in exchange for halting his coverage
Excuse me,
of the
sir.
situation there.
Sir,
He firmly
your
refused.
time has elapsed, sir, but thank you. Make sure you get the mic down, please. Thank you.
My name is Shelley Batt.
Better
I'm
get,
here to ask.
can you get closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
better.
my name is Shelley Batt, and I'm here to ask the city council to please make it a priority to give us back our neighborhoods. On November 11th, 2024, I wrote a letter to my city councilor, Carol Worth. Promises were made, nothing happened, and in fact, the special interest groups got their way. I'd like to read my letter. I'm a longtime resident and homeowner in the historic East Side. When I moved to Santa Fe 35 years ago, I was in search of a small town with history, culture, and beauty. After 4 years of renting, I decided to make my home here and was determined to find a place on the East Side because of its richness in history, culture, and beauty. Given that I had limited resources, I found the littlest house in the hood. As one of the earliest non-Hispanic homeowners, my arrival came with mixed reactions from the neighbors. The week I moved in, I was invited to a chili roasting party complete with a mariachi band. There followed years of more adventures and stories, thanks to my wonderful neighbors, Paula and Eliseo Rodriguez. Everyone always wants to be the first one, the last one to move to Santa Fe. Over the years, the neighborhood has changed, and after the initial shock, we got used to it and we settled down. But now it's not about change, it's about loss. What was once a neighborhood with a history and a community of houses in close proximity, with neighbors who are always respectful of that proximity, has become a phantom hood of Airbnbs and second homes, with newcomers who acknowledge the few of us who still live here with suspicious looks. The walls are getting higher. Change is inevitable and gentrification is running rampant. But how could it be that nothing has been done to preserve the landmark neighborhoods of Santa Fe that made Santa Fe the city different, not just because of its natural beauty, but because of its history and its culture? Please make it a priority to declare a moratorium on the short-term rentals permit until the city can enforce it and make some effort to restore the integrity and the enchantment of our city.
Thank you, ma'am.
Evening, Mr. Mayor.
A little higher.
Councilors.
There you go.
My name is Tara Cusack Shoemaker. I live at 1622 Via Strada. My family recently purchased our first home in the Las Estrellas development after saving for years. I'm here representing my husband and my two children, 11 and 9. As a mom, I have some specific concerns about the development of Track 6A. These center around our future children moving into this development. The Low-Income Housing Coalition shares that over 35% of affordable housing units have children between 5 and 18. HomeWise indicates their intention to build 58 homes, so approximately 20 of these homes in Track 6A will have children, and probably more. Where will these children attend school? Does Gonzales have enough room for 20 plus homes worth of kindergartners to 8th graders? Is there a new school that's necessary? Can the city meet this need for new schools if necessary? What about city buses for after-school activities? I see the yellow buses going by, and I know that we have a commitment to that. Does team sports, weekend experiences and fun, high school students getting to and from work? Will the city add city bus lines to transport children and families? What about sidewalks to ride bikes, scooters, push strollers, and walk to other parts of Las Estrellas? Does the city intend to install sidewalks for access to this part of the community as well, including the only tiny park that we have in Las Estrellas that is owned by the city? Johanna Nelson's summary of community engagement and city answers states the donation agreement does not contemplate the city providing infrastructure. What does this mean? To me, it means we are not considering the children and the community that will bring. We need to consider the children. It's not the right location for this development. It's the right idea.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
My name is Marty Esquivel. I'm a citizen in District 1. I appreciate your public service, but I have concerns. The issue with Fort Marcy and Zozobra needs to be properly framed for you to understand the frustration over the deception and dereliction of duty. Quite simply, the mayor, the city manager, city departments, and city council have delegated all responsibility for the safety and well-being of our neighborhood to Kiwanis and Ray Sandoval. You have abdicated accountability and given authority to someone who is biased and more interested in profits over people. That is not the proper way to govern. You need to cut the schmoozing with Mr. Sandoval and get answers to tough questions. It is only a matter of time when a tragedy occurs with outrageous crowd sizes of 60,000 people. I was appalled last week to hear the deputy city manager didn't know what the crowd capacity was at Zozobra when asked by a city councilor. The city manager has hilariously said that the decision to remove the trees at Fort Marcy was made by itself in referencing an email from an insurance company to Kiwanis. It's unacceptable. And here are some questions I'm asking you if you know, and write them down and see if you can answer these to your constituent. What has been determined to be the maximum occupancy at Fort Marcy Park during Zozobra? How has it been determined? Who monitors the crowd size at Zozobra? How is that effectuated, the monitoring? Who is responsible for cramming 60,000 people in that small space? What safety measures were taken 3 years ago when alcohol sales were allowed for Zozobra? What plans are in place for crowd evacuations of 60,000 people in case of an emergency or an act of violence? You should know that. Why do taxpayers pay in funding this event? What provisions are given with our neighborhoods when they're shut down in case of an emergency for a family member who needs to be attended to? Quite frankly, there are a lot of questions. Does Kiwanis fully indemnify the city of Santa Fe? Does it provide you an insurance company because you're only self-insured to $5 million?
Thank you, sir.
You know the answers to the questions. And just 10 more seconds, sir. In a city manager, we need a leader. We don't need a lackey. And our city manager has not impressed. Our community deserves better.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Denise Foster. As a neighbor of Fort Marcy Park, I spend well over 300 days per year there. My family also looks forward to enjoying Zozobra every year, despite the burden it places on our neighborhood. To arrive at the park on the morning of August 5th, to a massive crane and tree cutting crew ripping out our large shade trees with an intimidating police presence was shocking. Clearly, that large of an operation had to be planned in advance, yet there were zero public notice that this work would be happening, no public meetings, and zero community engagement. We have watched Ray Sandoval and Kiwanis wield unfathomable and unchecked power in our city over the past year, including a failed attempt by Ray to unethically use his position at PNM to remove the trees. Kiwanis is a global nonprofit. I have spent 30 years of my career working for NGOs. Nonprofits have a responsibility to advance their missions ethically with transparency. Kiwanis have abandoned that responsibility and broken trust. And sadly, the city has done the same by making backroom deals. Ray has received a lot of media coverage lately. Have you seen the new Reporter article? There's apparently a lot in store that we didn't know about. Ray and the city continue to say the drought-tolerant elm trees were invasive and needed to be removed. Yet the green grass in the fields is also invasive and requires a huge amount of water, as are the goat heads and all the weeds that don't get removed, though we still love our park. In the high desert, people need shade and grass, particularly in this time of accelerating temperatures and climate change. How can the interests of one nonprofit outweigh the needs of our community? The Santa Feans deserve transparency, a full release of all the records between Kiwanis, the city, and the insurance company. And the trees should be replaced in the same area, not somewhere else. And the people deserve future engagement and accountability from the city in all decisions around our city park. Thank you.
Thank you. No, excuse me. Pardon me. You were fine. You were fine. If you approve of somebody's comment, don't clap. If you disapprove, don't boo. If you want to support them, we encourage air applause, but we don't, it's very disconcerting to have either excuse me, sir, you're out of order. Excuse me, you're out of order. So please follow my guidance. We don't applaud, we don't boo. There are ways to indicate your support without interrupting the operation of the meeting. So let's all be respectful to each other. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Before I start, I just want to say, Councilor Lundell, SIG, you're my counselor, and our heartfelt condolences for the loss of Maria, and I look forward to celebrating her life and your life together. So thank you for being our counselor, and so sorry for you. Mr. Mayor, councilors, my name is Carter Bundy. My family lives half a mile from Magersfield, crown jewel of all of New Mexico's urban parks. We love it, and so does our community of every race, ethnicity, age, and background. We also love Zozobra. Zozobra is great. We have Zozobra parties. We watch Old Man Gloom burn, and we wear Zozo swag. We've been to the parties with Kiwanis before. It's great. We own all this stuff. But parks and quality of life matter too. Instead of a shady oasis now, the view from Magers Field is now cinder block and corrugated metal, light stanchions, power poles, power lines, barren dirt, and chain link fences. It's not Magers Field. It hasn't been for generations. The worst part has been the lack of transparency, the lack of thorough questions, and frankly, including from the New Mexican and the reporter. They're not stenographers. They need to start asking some hard questions like, were there other alternatives? Ask members of the community. There are venues all over America that use gates that can immediately open. If you need to close off that bridge, you can have gates. You can make them 10 feet tall. With the $200,000 for the replanting, we could have easily handled this situation. This was never about public safety. Look, Kiwanis does great things. I love Kiwanis, but they haven't been elected to govern Santa Fe. You have. Their desire for larger space and ultimately more revenue, clearly, we saw that today in the article saying that we need to start getting the bands and concerts that are going to Albuquerque to come here. I understand that from a private organization, but that's not the same as the responsibility of the governing body to balance the public interest of our beautiful, loved Zozobra with the quality of life the other 364 days of the year. Let's be clear, the trees pose no public safety threat. Anyone who's ever been to a concert knows that people are going to go to the middle and up front as much as they can. You have to create a barrier. They're not going to do it because 100 yards back, now it's a little bit better view. So anyway, I hope you'll consider a couple of things. First of all, releasing all of the records. Don't wait for NIPRA. Release all the records related to communications. And there's a problem with the private entity, but we need the communication between Kiwanis and insurance and all the communication between the city and Kiwanis, and also replace the trees where they were. That is an invaluable part of what made that the crown jewel of New Mexico State.
Thank you. Yes, you have.
Good
the
evening,
floor.
counselors, everyone in attendance. My name is Louis DeMello. I'm speaking here on behalf of AFSME. I wanted to bring up, Mike Dozier brought up that it was a 5-year timeline if someone had zero education or experience to become a level 4 operator. The city used to have a program called Grow Your Own to make level 4 operators. Mike Dozier actually went through that program. That program no longer exists. Right now, the wastewater plant has 4 level 4 operators. 3 of those were our AFSME positions who moved into management. Right now, we have 11 level 4 wastewater certified operators and level 3 operators who are 2 months away from a level 4 certification across the city right now who do not want to go work at the wastewater plant as a level 4 operator. And they've given me 2 reasons why. The first reason is over the class and comp study. That's something that the city has already allocated for everyone but AFSME. Right now, the city owes us 50% of that money. That's something we could have gotten in a memorandum of understanding at any point after this governing body allocated the funds for us, but your HR director has refused to even position that. The second reason is that the city is using the level 4 certification employees in its freshwater operations without remuneration. Right now, we have our Buckman direct diversion plant. There are people there who are advanced water treatment operators, which only requires a level 3 certification. They are running that plant in night shifts as level 4s because they went out on their own and got that level 4 certification. They are not being paid for it. They are not being thanked for it. There is no chance of upward mobility for those positions. They are being ignored for getting the certifications that the city has just learned the hard way it needs for its wastewater plant. Luckily for the wastewater plant, that flows downstream, so that's not a problem for the people who live in the city. It's for the people who live downstream of it. For our freshwater plants, that's going to impact everyone in the city who drinks or uses our water. That's a risk that this city is bearing every single day where they are not paying these people for the value that they are bringing to this city. That is happening every single week, every single night that these people are working. It's a simple fix that the city could easily work out with us. It's something we expect to sit down with the city over and get taken care of because unlike our wastewater, that freshwater would be a crisis that we would not be able to let the governing body deal with at their own pace. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's reset and you have the floor.
Councilors, thank you for having us. I'd like to say that every time we sit here, Maxine Sandoval, AFSME, every time we sit here, we hear about how much money is being handed out, how much money is being asked for. $500,000 is a lot of money. How many jobs that is? And if we don't create jobs with that, do you know what that salary would do to the existing crews we have already? Our level 4s, they're hard to come by. You got to remember, folks, we're losing people at record numbers. We've got several guys at BDD who are now getting ready to retire. A year and a few months is going to come real fast for those guys. And they are not interested in sticking around. Just not. Money is not worth it. The transparency and the ethics that we talk about here, there's no transparency. These guys cannot move forward because of the unethical action that Michelle Gutierrez and Bernadette Salazar took behind our backs. Those are backdoor deals that are illegal. Why are we doing that? We're supposed to be building bridges. We're building walls, folks. These people are so disheartened. $500,000 would take us a very long way. It really would. There's a lot of people out there who deserve it, especially our lowest paid. Talking about HomeWise, our lowest paid in the city, who are probably our maintenance people and our parks people, are never going to buy a home in the city they were born and raised in. We don't even see low-income housing coming up anymore. The state has failed us with the marijuana bill. We were supposed to be building treatment centers. I'm still waiting for the first treatment center to come up. People are dying because there's no beds. But we really need to change this, people. We can't do this without you. You all cannot do this without us. AFSCME should be a priority to you. We should be a priority to many people in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. I first want to start off by saying I don't want to discredit or take away from Kiwanis or, oh, sorry, Maya Martinez. I don't want to take away from anything that Kiwanis does. They do a lot of good for our community and you know, nationally and globally. I do want to say I was born and raised in Santa Fe. I live blocks from Fort Marcy Park. I vote in District 1. I have raised my children in Santa Fe. I have enjoyed Zozobra all my life and took my daughters to enjoy Zozobra almost every year as they grew up. I've participated in Zozobra stuffing, Zozobra events with my children. I love the traditional event. I love what it meant to Santa Fe and the community. I do not want to see it gone or moved, but I come to you tonight with a growing concern over the event and what it has become and how it affects our community and our city. I'm concerned about the safety of the event. The event is over-marketed and is no longer an event for our community. It has become very unsafe and much too large. It has become expensive and exclusive of the community. And now the landscape of our park is changing and how it is used. I'm concerned with who owns, runs, and makes decisions for Fort Marcy Park and events that are held there. It seems to have been given away to a private nonprofit, and decisions for the park are no longer made by our elected officials in a democratic, transparent process or made public to everyday users of the park. I'm concerned about the lack of transparency in the decisions made on the park. The public process and the removal of the trees was very rushed and quietly pushed through without any public input or even a vote by this governing body. A government employee approved it administratively. There was no transparency to the actual documentation of the reasoning and behind the rushed. You could just let me finish. I have so many questions surrounding this event and the events held at this park. Where are the insurance documents related to the Zozobra event? Is there an approved park or event occupancy for events held there? Who is monitoring the event attendance? What is the evacuation plan? Where are the park master plans? And where are the approval process? Why is the tree removal not part of the overall E&N planning process?
Thank you,
Who
ma'am.
paid for and contracted out the removal of those trees? I just have a couple of paragraphs.
You're way over time.
Or an open
Ma'am,
tree replacement.
please show the same respect to other people that you got.
I understand
Ask
that.
people.
And I would like for you to show
Keep
the
your,
same
keep your,
respect.
take your document, take your document and make sure that the city clerk's team has it.
You can have them. There are
Here.
lots of questions.
That's perfect. Thank you.
And I ask that you be transparent.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. My name's Lori Glenn, and I'm a homeowner in Las Estrellas. My company, Think Inc., It's a political and public affairs firm for many years that is, and that for many years, I generally do this for other people. I write for other people. So I generally don't do this publicly. So I'm very nervous. So I have a political and public affairs firm, and we work with not-for-profit and for-profit developers to build affordable housing. It's what I've done for like 40 years. So the issue around Track 6A for me, it's not about, no, I'm serious. It's not about affordable housing. Please go to my website, thinkinkstrategy.com. I work with low-income communities in Chicago. I am from Chicago. And it's really funny, though, how at home I feel here, but not really for the best reasons. I am here to discuss the lack of transparency in this project between the city and the community. About 15 months ago, Mr. Mayor, you came to a community meeting at Las Estrellas with the then heads of housing and economic development, when someone, that would be me, asked a softball question on what the plan was for community engagement. The head of housing asked if that question would be asked if it was market rate housing. I replied, it would be even more so. We've stopped a lot of for-profit developments in Chicago. One is called Lincoln Yards. Check it out. Then we heard nothing for 14 months. We heard nothing until we got a notice sent out about 7 days before the one public hearing scheduled this past July, and told that then HomeWise would be given this land to build 58 units on the property, and you were going to vote on it July 30th. Again, there's been one public hearing with 7 days notice, no charrettes. Counselors, when you have constructive meetings on difficult projects with the community to work through issues of concern. I like HomeWise. I've worked with Mike, the CEO, many years ago. They're not the problem here. The way the city has not conducted any process to really engage folks in a conversation of concern, and the lack of transparency seems to be a theme tonight. We ask that the city create a process with the community to work through some of the key issues to assure that I lived in San Francisco. I'm so nervous. Santa Fe does not reflect the national dialogue.
Thank
One
you.
minute of us versus them, and to create a model of engagement that cities across the nation can look to as we address both the lack of
Thank you.
affordable housing and the unhealthy national
Ma'am.
dialogue of division.
Come on.
One
Thank you. No, you're way over. No, ma'am,
down.
please,
Allow the community
please stop.
to participate as a partner.
Ma'am,
Dialogue,
ma'am,
not division.
you're way over time. Thank you. Thank you please, it's okay. We're trying to give everybody the same amount of time and the same respect. And if you respect the amount of time, everybody gets treated equally. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Councilor.
Got to get in front of the mic.
Yeah. Is that better? Can you hear me?
Better, yes.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Councilors. My name is Joseph Kunkel. I'm a principal at Mass Design Group. The team representing that has been commissioned for the Hopewell Man stabilization plan. Thank you to the city of Santa Fe for commissioning this plan and for recognizing the urgency of housing stabilization for the Hopewell Man neighborhood. I'd like to acknowledge our partners in this project. Thank you to Chainbreakers, the Santa Fe Indigenous Centers, and Ideas and Actions, organizations deeply rooted in the community and to the processes to equitable community development. I'd also like to lift up and recognize the residents of Hopewell Man whose lived experiences, resilience, and advocacy are at the heart of this work. Hopewell Man is one of Santa Fe's most culturally rich and diverse neighborhoods, but also one of its most housing vulnerable. Decades of economic trends, rising housing costs, declining median incomes, limited renter protections have created a condition where many households are one unexpected expense from displacement. What will this plan do? It will protect, preserve, and strengthen economic, social, and physical infrastructure so residents benefit from the Midtown's growth rather than being pushed out. So I would just want to be clear that this plan isn't the end to the work ahead. It's the beginning of long-term collaborative work with the city and with the community. With the leadership of the city, both present and future, the dedication of our partners, the wisdom of the community, we can work towards Hopewell Man where people not only live, but can belong and thrive. And I just want to thank Tomas and Chainbreakers and the Santa Fe Indigenous Center for the work that they are doing to push this work forward. So just that.
Thank you.
Just Mayor and councilors, thanks again for this opportunity. It's been a long road. There's a long road ahead of us, and we're looking forward to this step and the steps down the line. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you for being here. Very good. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, councilors, mayor, and community members. My name is Aurora Martinez. August 5th, I did send you all a framework. This is gonna be about the trees, okay? I'm sure you've had enough of it, but I am going to speak on it. On August 5th, 12 trees were removed from Fort Marcy Park to accommodate Zozobra viewing. Organizers cited safety and insurance concerns, but that decision wasn't logistical. It was irreversible. And its safety truly required such a drastic action. Then the public deserved a transparent process, which they did not get. I submitted the framework titled Zozobra Civic Crossroads. I don't know if any of you read it. I know a couple. Thank you, Alma. I'm not sure anybody else has read it. It's something that offered practical solutions for the city. Hybrid viewing options, resident first ticketing, transparent budgeting, collaborative planning committee. That planning committee should be citizens, should be you. It should be very transparent what is happening with taxpayer money. My main points in the framework, because not everybody here got it, that transparency and accountability, no public audit of Zozobra's costs or revenues despite significant city support, 275,000 balloon contract approved without standard procurement or reinvestment guarantees, lack of clear reporting on ticketing, comp versus paid tickets and revenue distribution, no formal civic agreement between Kiwanis and the city, no collaborative planning committee or annual reporting requirements. 2, the environmental stewardship. Removal of 12 trees from Fort Marcy Park without public input or environmental review. No mitigation plan or assurance against future removals. Okay.
Go ahead, wrap it up.
I'm going to wrap it up real quick. What I do want to say is that capping attendance back to its original state of 35 to 40,000 people on that area is really what I'm trying to get here, is because that would make the safety issue not a safety issue. It would help as far as production costs. And the one thing that I am going to say, I did do the research where $750,000 in city resource taxpayers are paying for Zozobra. Kiwanis does great things. They're amazing. But $125,000 is all they give back.
Thank you.
We're paying for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Appreciate you being here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Talia Varche. I'm a constituent of District 1 in Santa Fe. I grew up in Santa Fe and I've gone to Fort Marcy Park and Zozobra from a young age. This is my first time speaking at a city or state meeting, but I knew I had to get involved after witnessing the recurring actions of the Kiwanis Club to modify the Fort Marcy Park for private interests under the claims of safety and with the backing of taxpayer dollars. We have heard a lot from Ray Sandoval through the neighborhood meeting July 29th and from news organizations sponsoring Zozobra about the safety reasons for taking out these trees, but we've barely heard anything from the city itself. In today's article from the Santa Fe Reporter, this only city comment was, quote, removal of trees from a city park is a delegated authority to the city manager in the Santa Fe Municipal Code, Scott tells SFR in an emailed statement, adding that the city's decision ultimately came down to safety, end quote. But what safety? What information exactly was briefed to Mark Scott, who was just appointed months ago from California, to make this unilateral decision? Was there any extensive safety modeling done by our city, or is it all provided by a certain private organization with private interests? Has the city gone through safety research on its own to determine safe capacity and regulations for events on city land? What research has the city done to validate and verify safety claims from the Kiwanis Club? Why are there multiple other trees, light poles, and fencing not a tripping hazard like the Kiwanis Club claims the lawn trees were? How long has the city known about these safety claims? What research and investigation was completed to determine that no other solution was possible to safely house the Zobra on our city land without taking out mature trees. From what the reporter wrote in today's article, the Kiwanis Club secured millions of taxpayer dollars to make Zozobra improvements to Fort Marcy Park. Where is the master plan for this park? How is a private organization securing funding to modify city community land without public input and transparency? Is the city going to continue to defer to a private interest, or is the city going to take back governance over public safety and community involvement of our beloved tradition of Zozobra? I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. My name is Kevin Pazine, and I'm the president of the Santa Fe Estates Neighborhood Association and familiar to most of your email inboxes. 2 years ago, the mayor and Office of Economic Development Director, Alexandria Ladd, assured us at an association meeting that 6A would not be scraped flat and stripped of its CCRs for development. The HomeWise proposal does exactly that, though, and was kept secret from us for 14 months when we all could have been discussing it. We support affordable housing. Las Estrellas already has at least 20% affordable housing in all of its developments. No, it's the HomeWise proposal itself that is so unsuitable for this location. The proposal is for high-density urban housing mistakenly placed on a non-urban lot. Jobs, businesses, and services are not within walking distance. Residents will need multiple vehicles, but the plans indicate only one parking space per townhome with little on-street parking and no visitor parking. And the main entrance would intersect South Ridgetop Road at Pinon Bluffs Drive, creating a pinch point that, if constricted by an accident, would block 4 neighborhoods. Another fatal flaw with the proposal is that 6A is designated by the city as difficult terrain, with many arroyos 2 being very deep with slopes greater than 30%. Furthermore, the soil of 6A is sandy silt, which is unstable for foundations and prone to erosion. A civil engineer and resident of Las Estrellas, only 800 feet from 6A, found it necessary to do elaborate site preparation for his home, totaling $300,000 in today's dollars. Extrapolating that to accommodate the HomeWise proposal would add millions to the development. HomeWise has some options. Even though 6A is much more difficult terrain, HomeWise might be able to build a development analogous to its lower density Las Estrellas Pinon Ridge, which is 100% affordable, done in 210. Or it could admit that this proposal is an urban design that should be built on a flat urban lot closer to jobs, businesses, and other services.
Thank you, sir.
I implore you to deny the donation.
Thank you, sir. Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Elisa Boyles. I live in District 1. I grew up in Santa Fe. My husband was born and raised here. I've been going as a Zobra since the 80s. And I'm just going to speak from the heart because there's so many facets to the tree Fort Marcy situation. And I think what's being missed is that Fort Marcy is like a little heart of Santa Fe, for people from the south side, from the north side, the west side. You see kids, you see, senior citizens there. You see people having birthday parties. My kids have their birthday parties there. It is a park enjoyed by the entire city. What this is bringing to light is the fact that these improvements for Zozobra, if we call making that horrendous bridge an improvement years ago when they cut down all those trees, if we call cutting down the 12 trees improvements, I'm really concerned about what are the $5 million improvements that are going to come next. This is a park that serves so many people, and you should see the faces of the people when they walk and they go see the gaping hole now where we see the firehouse who has its engine named Zozobra. Now we have a monument of Zozobra. I mean, they want to name it Zozobra Park. It is not Zozobra Park. Zozobra is a great one-day event. It's also stratifying our community. I'm tired of the narrative of like the newcomers, the old timers. Zozobra is actually making that worse. We have tickets that cost $320 to attend Zozobra. That's absolutely insane when it should be an event for the people of Santa Fe, any neighborhood of any age. The commercialization of Zozobra, it's not serving us. Port Marcy hasn't improved because of Zozobra. I mean, there's no transparency. And I just hope going forward, people who use the park can be involved in making those decisions. It's not outsourced to Kiwanis.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Mayor, councilors, Madeline Carey, 1674 Camino de Cruz Blanca. I'm here to raise with you a permitting crisis for our daycare. I'm here with another mother. I've emailed some of you about this. This is my second round of emails. I'm going to start by thanking Councilor Cassett for her leadership in passing an ordinance that allowed small 6 and large 12 kid daycares in every zoning except industrial in the city. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on. And I'll follow up with all of you via email. And we're in the place where the city is actively restricting access to daycare for families by failing to advance a permit. Our daycare initially sought their first business license in November 2023. Their first contact with the city was on November 3rd. They had their permit in hand to operate with 6 children by December 13th. That included 3 holidays. That is probably fewer than 30 business days. In July 2024, when our daycare provider knew she wanted to increase to 12 children, she hired a permitting consultant. I will note that any city process that requires you to hire a permitting consultant to get through is not an equitable process. It places a huge economic burden on business owners and homeowners and other members of the public. In August 2024, in a meeting, city staff verified that 12 kids was a permitted use in her zoning and no special use permit was needed. On April 2nd of this year, when she had contracted families to support the growth of her business, she began the process, assuming it would take a similar amount of time to her first permit. After several in-person meetings, because this is the first time a daycare has sought to expand from 6 to 12 under the new ordinance, she submitted all of her final paperwork to the city on June 20th. The start of the new daycare year was last year on August 5th. She does not have her business license. She has been in person twice to City Hall on August 4th and August 11th after unreturned emails from staff trying to meet with them. All she needs to get her business license is a final site visit from city staff. I have attended the general plan updates and I have offered that I think something that needs to happen is a method for instructing staff on how to implement new ordinances. We're sort of dealing with like there was a new ordinance, no rulemaking. It seems nuts to me that upgrading an existing business license should take more than 45 days. And this delay has opened up a window for neighbors that are hostile to the legal existence of the daycare to cause additional problems, which my fellow parent is going to talk about. And so our request is that this gets handled immediately. I know I'm over time.
Yeah.
Every day that this doesn't happen, there are 3 families whose children have had to be sent home from school. They've had to change health appointment plans. They've had to change business commitments.
Thank you.
It's a huge crisis.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors. Appreciate it. My name is Blair Knox. My child, his name is Clark Mildy. He's about to be 3 on Friday, and he attends Harmony Montessori along with Miss Carey's daughter, Esme. I'm just going to speak briefly to piggyback on Miss Carey that a lot of these issues and delays that we're seeing, we believe, is partially due to the unclear enforcement of this new ordinance, as well as a lack of rules and regulations connected thereto. For example, the neighbors have called and complained to the ECECD about gaping holes in the fence, raw sewer on the property. An inspector comes and there's nothing there. We understand from the septic provider that's come to inspect the property due to some of these complaints that septic system is sufficient. And, to prove how silly this is, the 3 additional children are infants. If anybody has kids, there's nothing else going into the sewer. It's going into a diaper genie. So that's just an example of how this feels like a snipe hunt rather than a reasoned process to get this expedited permit. So we would say, kids over cronies, let's listen to what our community needs, which is more childcare, particularly for these infants. This is not like going to buy a gallon of milk at the grocery store. You can go to Walmart, you can go to Target, you can go to the co-op. There are only a few people in this town that will take an infant. And so this is a critical need. There are families that are relying on this. So we ask that at this time that a final inspection be set and that business permit be issued post haste tomorrow so that these families can get the child care that they need. And we'll be back at the next meeting if it's not issued.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Mayor Weber and councilors, my name's Catherine McCoy. This is about 6A. I'm the president of Las Estrellas Villas at Ridge Point HOA, and I speak from that. First of all, many thanks to Joanna Nelson for these recent citizen engagement opportunities, and thank you.
Could you get a little closer to the mic?
Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Much better.
So, thank you, Joanna, also for this really useful summary. And I encourage all of you to really read it very carefully because it's full of very important information. Unfortunately, though, the summaries, sections 2 and 3, fail to provide key answers to some very important questions. Section 2 states that questions on HOA CCRs and traffic cannot be answered until, quote, approval of the donation agreement. Section 3 states that its questions are, quote, more appropriately directed to HomeWise, implying that somehow these are unnecessary for city council consideration. So we respectfully disagree. Before approval of a donation, all these questions must be answered and with specifics. Questions in sections 2 and 3 involve long-term viability of the HomeWise project's 58 proposed units. Would this development's complex drainage, street, and landscape infrastructure be maintainable? Would it have adequate HOA dues for necessary maintenance? Would the maintenance burden fall on the Las Estrellas HOA to pick up the slack? Would the development have effective CCRs? Because CCRs go way beyond basic city ordinances and are really essential for planned developments. The HomeWise proposal does not provide these answers. We heard some assurances tonight, but we really need a lot more detail than just assurances like that. Concrete answers and details. Please insist that HomeWise answer these for you on the council and also for us, the concerned public. Without these more detailed answers, the proposal is incomplete, just a rough schematic. For instance, with more info, the 58 planned units might have to be reduced substantially. Then what happens? Without more complete answers, a vote on the donation of the public's land would be premature.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Michael McCoy. I live in Las Estrellas. The 6A project proposal is a good concept in the wrong location. The HomeWise concept of using market value homes to help pay for affordable housing is a good one. Affordable housing should be located near jobs and public transportation, also near schools, healthcare, food, retail, and children's recreation. 6A does not meet any of those crucial criteria. Working parents would have to juggle driving kids to after-school events, daycare, and healthcare, interrupting their work schedule. 6A's distance from services would make life harder for residents. A feasibility study by an independent analyst is essential to determine if 6A's location meets all the criteria before giving this public land away for free. If there's an absolute need to dispose of this parcel of the people's land, sell it to a developer who will build houses in character with the existing neighborhood for market value, then use the proceeds to buy a parcel in a more appropriate location for the home rise plan. Right concept, wrong place. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor and women, my name is Cynthia Bybee Araujo. I'm here to speak in support of the Kiwanis Club, the organizers behind Sosobra, and their unwavering commitment to safety, community input, and Santa Fe's public life. This is a story about safety first. For years, Kiwanis has examined every angle, traffic flow, ingress and ingress, crowd control, and emergency response, so that when Sosobra's lights, Fort Marcy Park, everyone can go home safely. The plan to remove a segment of Siberian elms and install a safer bridge didn't happen on a whim. It grew from a careful long-term process with ongoing collaboration among emergency management, police, fire officials, and neighbors, all aimed at preventing crowd crushes and bottlenecks. This is also a story about responsible stewardship and long-range planning. Kiwanis pursued a measured path, safety improvements first, a bridge solution when needed, and a 90-foot compromise that balanced safety with community concerns. The elm removal was about enabling safer access, not about diminishing the park's character. Crucially, Kiwanis committed to installing irrigation and funding future shade with $200,000 already secured for these enhancements. Transparency and public participation have been central since 2017. Have been 17 public hearings and countless meetings with neighbors, city and state partners, and the broader Santa Fe community. Kiwanis has documented and shared these processes openly through public tasks, media outreach, and direct engagement, so residents understand the why and how of the work. This is a call to recognize Kiwanis as a trusted steward of our safety and our shared heritage. The club has shown professional competency, accountability, and a genuine willingness to engage in good faith to discourse the preservation, to continue Sosobra for future generations. Thank you, sir. And women.
Thank you.
Sirs.
Thank you for being here. Yes, sir, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councilors. My name is Bernardo Araujo, and I just want to thank the city manager and you guys for making the park safer. And I mean, yeah, so Sosobra is one day a year, whatever. People look forward to attend the event. And I just, Sosobra has been a part of the community. It's been a tradition for many, many years. Fort Marcy Park has been the Sosobra home for forever. It's not a Albuquerque tradition. It's not a Las Cruces tradition. It's Santa Fe tradition. And we're just gonna continue and keep it here, you know. We love Sosobra and we look forward to just doing Sosobra for many more years, you know. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, sir. Let's reset that clock and you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Travis Dudley.
Can you pull the mic up closer to you, sir?
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Travis Dudley. I just wanted to thank the Kiwanis Club for taking the measures to make this event feel safer. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Jorge Leiva. Wow, pretty loud. This is my first time here. I'm part of the Kiwana. The tree removal, the safety. I mean, my kids, all they do is talk about the Zobra and how they want to go see it. I'm a father of 8 kids. And I always enjoy taking them so they can watch the Zobra, the safety issue, the trees. But I mean, there's more than trees or safety in Santa Fe. There's other issues like on Surreals, whereas all these homeless people are walking at night And me traveling with my family has almost hit one of them because they're crazy. I mean, there's like other problems out there in Santa Fe other than some trees at a park. I'm sorry if I'm saying it like that, but there's other issues in Santa Fe that I'm not sure if anybody goes down Cerritos at night, but I've almost hit one person. I called the cops and they tell me to bring it up to you guys, which nothing has been done because it's getting worse. But like I said, Zozobra has been part of Santa Fe for a long time. My wife was born here in Santa Fe. I saw she would talk about when I first moved over here. I'm from Texas, and then I got into it myself. Love seeing it burn. Getting back home safe is what matters for me. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Councilors and Mayor Weber. My name is David Mordhorst. I'm the president of the Las Estrellas Master Association and Residential Association. I'm also the chairperson for the Drainage Committee. And as you all know, there are a lot of arroyos in Las Estrellas that have a lot of drainage issues, like ice rinks. Drainage facilities need annual maintenance. Our master association is responsible for the condition and well-being of all of our drainage facilities, and that is supported by dues paid by each of the property owners within Las Estrellas. 26% of their dues donation each quarter goes towards maintenance of drainage facilities. I've walked every single arroyo in Las Estrellas more than once, several times with civil engineers to assess the viability of those facilities. And because of that, we have not had any flooding issues within Las Estrellas neighborhoods. I walked 6A again today. I walked the arroyos. I walked the rolling ridges. And I can tell you that it's as challenging a terrain as anything we have elsewhere in Las Estrellas from top to bottom. The water flows 4 different directions from the top of 6A. Most of our arroyos run in one single direction, maybe with a little twist and turn, but it's going to take a very robust engineering study to come up with a problem-free drainage facility in 6A. If you choose to donate this land, I hope you will also back going after a very robust plan to develop good drainage in that area. Okay, one more item. Quality of life. When you walk where a lot of these houses are planned, it's very close to 599, and I will tell you, it's like living next to an airport runway. It's going to be tough for the people who live there to get to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, sir. You have the floor.
Hi, my name's Yarek, and I am here to say about the trees. Trees is for our safety, because if we didn't cut those trees down, the Zobra would have been canceled and not continued. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Yes, you have the floor. If you want to pull the mic up, be good.
Hi, my name is Justin Araujo, and I know he's not here, but I just wanted to give thanks to the city manager, Scott, for making Zozobra safer for me and my friends. His leadership means the world to us. We could not imagine Santa Fe without Zozobra, and we know it wasn't an easy decision, but still, we want to express our deep gratitude for his commitment to our safety and our community. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Stephanie Benenato. I actually wanted to comment on the fact that we don't have a public Zoom meeting, that there's no YouTube even available, but yet I heard Councilor Romero coming in remotely. So how is it that she can be here remotely, but nobody else can be? And I feel that when Councilor Lindell was talking about a money pit, I thought she was actually talking about this building as well. And that it has been this problem with the audio, video. I mean, even last night at the historic board meeting, it was forever to get things up on the screen. So just think it's a way of discouraging public participation. The other thing is sometimes I do wonder if you actually read what's given to you in packets for appeals and also apply the law as opposed to subjective impressions. And I could go into that a little bit more, but I won't right now. And then I think the other thing that I'd like to bring up is the photograph I sent you last week or 2 weeks ago, which was the sidewalk to nowhere. And this was an improvement at a corner on Don Cubero in the 1100 block. As Councilor Garcia and Councilor Romero Worth know, because they both have actually put in requests to do something about that block, this was the only improvement that has occurred so far in 9 years. The sidewalks are disappeared. The curbs are disappeared. And you see this improvement for disability access at the corner, and then it's just dirt and gravel right after that. I actually sent these photographs to Regina Wheeler and to Jennifer Moreau. And the response I got back from Miss Wheeler is, oh, aren't we doing wonderful? Somebody cited the owner at 1102 Don Cubero. Well, it's 1102, 1104, 1106, 1108, and 1110. I've been putting in these addresses for 9 years. And you're telling me that your staff doesn't know that and isn't following up. And I followed up with Miss Monroe in March of this year. So it's not like it's 2 years ago and it got lost in the mix someplace. So I really have to wonder about how much the city cares about infrastructure and improvements like clearing the streets of all the gravel and dirt that has come down 2 weeks ago. Nothing has happened. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the governing body. My name is Catherine Rivera. I'm a resident of District 1. I wanted to share a clear message that's come out for the last week, and that is that Santa Fe values its open space. Santa Fe is tired and it's frustrated. It's tired of losing pieces of open space, from the loss of the 17.5 acres at South Meadows that was once deemed a park, to loss of Candelero Park, to a road expansion, and to the recent permanent changes at Fort Marcy. Santa Fe is also frustrated. It's frustrated because for those last 2 events, the comments we received from the city and from Kiwanis was, we could have communicated better. Santa Fe is frustrated because after the noise of the chainsaws, the reverberating sound that we had in our ears was Kiwanis' message about maintaining ticket sales to get marketing eyeballs, and that anything to reduce the volume in that park was, quote, a non-starter by the event chairman, was not willing to consider any other options. I challenge the city and the Kiwanis to make a new message out of this mess. I challenge to envision a new event where Zozobra burns in front of 11,000 school children in Santa Fe and have the teachers in the VIP seats for free. I think it's possible. I want to see this event reimagined, where the careabouts become more about the residents of the city of Santa Fe, the children of the city of Santa Fe, and less about maintaining ticket sales, calculation of how many people we can fit into a park, and the loss of sponsorships. It's time for a new model. It's time for this to be reimagined. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, city councilors. My name is Paul Bustamante. I live in District 2. In fact, I'm running for city council in District 2. And I want to speak in favor of the donation of Track 6A and development of affordable housing in Santa Fe, not just for this project, but for future projects. One of the frequent things I hear going door to door or just talking to people is that we are in an affordable housing crisis. And I want to highlight really quick a segment of our population, and that's our first responders. Many of them cannot afford to live in Santa Fe. We're asking them to do some of the most dangerous jobs, and yet we're tacking on a 2-hour commute for them every day. We're adding to their stress every day. And I think even more tragic is that they are not afforded the opportunity to be active members of our community because they cannot afford to live here. My dad was a firefighter. My brother was a police officer. I know how important it is for them to be able to interact with their neighbors, to be Little League coaches, to be active members of the church, to be active members of the community. And they are losing out on this opportunity. And that is a huge opportunity for them to build trust with the community, which is especially important for our first responders. So I would just ask that you take this into consideration when projects such as this come before you and that you approve. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. 1 second, let's reset the clock and you have the floor.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is John Paul Granillo. I'm District 3. There's a couple of issues, so we're going to go from first hat and then I'm going to switch to another. At one point, I was Chief of Operations for YouthWorks for 7 years, right? And we're talking about trees, we're talking about Ray Sandoval, and we're talking about the price of these tickets. We're not talking about the tickets he donated to the at-risk youth, where Johannes Nelson's office actually called me, gave me those tickets. The governing office called and gave us those same tickets. And when we ran out of those tickets for our same youth who couldn't go, Ray himself gave us some tickets to get all those families in there. He didn't ask how many. He gave me over 200. Not that I'm rooting for him, but when we're talking about trees, I'm sorry you see the fire department. I'm sorry you see all these other things. When we at YouthWorks were subcontracted by the city to be able to cut out trees for Melissa McDonald's and the parks, nobody ever complained to me about a tree coming out of the arroyo or being in their way. So, I mean, it's kind of one-sided with that. When we did pickleball, they took those trees out. And to me, welcome to the south side. Sorry you don't like your view. But let's go to another part why I'm here. I was also a commissioner on the last commission for the Charter Commission. I greatly appreciated serving on that. And I just wanted to say that I know that the ballot for the question of strong mayor is coming up. And what I'm recommending of why I wrote it was the idea of the mayor being in charge of working with the attorney's office and the manager kind of sways the way that voting should happen. That's why I chose to help formulate that so that individuals wouldn't be able to misuse it. Not that it's happened in this specific case, but it would alleviate the opportunity for those things to happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. Yes, you have the floor.
My name is Beth Hollingsworth. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I live in District 1. I've heard a lot tonight about the need for housing and the need to respect and uphold our working class peoples, the ones who take care of our children and who save us and who protect us. I came to Santa Fe from a city that was in a housing crisis. There are working class people in that city who live in vehicles. They live in RVs. They live in buses. They go to work. They come home to live in an RV. And there's a huge amount of housing available in this city that is currently being kept from our working people, our teachers, our firefighters, our artists, in the form of short-term rentals. Short-term rental is a process that cannibalizes a community. It gives you the illusion of income, but it undercuts the very people who support you. What I really hope is that the council and the mayor will find a way to incentivize people who own property like myself, who deliberately chose to have a long-term rental, to give somebody a place to live. And to incentivize this doesn't have to be through Section 8. It'd simply be some other way. A two-pronged process to make short-term rental as vulgar as smoking indoors. That would be my goal. And so this is what I hope. This is what I see coming from a city that's already in crisis and can't turn back anymore. You guys have the chance to turn back from what I saw. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight.
This is so nerve-wracking. Mayor Weber, city councilors, my name is Mary Ann Stickler. I've been very fortunate to live in Santa Fe for 45 years and also to be able to travel all around the world. In many of my travels, I've been hosted in homes in remote villages and rural areas where that's the only lodging for visitors. And those people can supplement their income by hosting visitors where there's no other possibility for lodging. But tourists have come to feel entitled to staying in short-term rentals and Airbnbs, even in cities like Santa Fe with such a severe housing shortage. Excuse me. These are houses that were never designed to be vacation rentals. It's not Aspen. It's not a beach community. It's the capital city of New Mexico. And these short-term rentals are converting houses that were designed, permitted, and built to be houses for residents in residential neighborhoods, and they're being converted into motels with very little review and no opportunity for neighbors to have any input into the location of these short-term rentals. Currently, there's about 1,100 legally operating short-term rentals and at least as many illegally operating short-term rentals in Santa Fe. Less than 500 of these are owner-occupied properties. That means that more than 1,500 homes and condos have been converted to motels, depleting the supply of homes that are available for locals to rent or buy. In the first 3 months of this year, the code enforcement staff processed almost 1,000 short-term rental permits in the first 3 months of the year. That's an average of 80 permits that were processed in a 40-hour work week. When new permit applications were accepted beginning in April, 40 new permit applications were approved in the first week. 40 houses were converted to motels in 1 working week. I think it's time to pivot away from an ineffective ordinance and non-existent enforcement. And I'm asking that the city council, the mayor and the city council impose an immediate ban on all new permits until there's time to revise our existing ordinance and put in place effective enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down tonight. Yes, you have the floor.
Evening.
Make sure you're right in front of the mic.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Jody McGinnis Porter, and I'm here as a member of the Kiwanis Club. I went to mid-high when this room was my speech class. And Majorsfield was where my football team, the Santa Fe High Demons, played, and I ran track. When I was at Santa Fe High, I was a member of the Key Club. And as a member, I worked on Zozobra in high school and learned leadership skills and teamwork and things that helped shape my life to this day. As someone who has spent over $1,500 of my own money to remove 2 nauseous Siberian elms from my home, I know the value of what is important to protect. And for me, it was protecting my home and my foundation from these trees and their miserable seedlings. I'd like to talk about the Kiwanis Club and how they have served Santa Fe for years. Through Zozobra, we've donated $3.5 million supporting student scholarships and grants, nonprofits supporting our youth. Last year, we donated $100,000 to organizations like Girls Inc., St. Elizabeth's Shelter, Cooking with Kids, and the Adaptive Sports Program. Through regarding the safety concerns, for 2 years, we've worked with your city and management team on crowd control. The 12 elm trees at Majorsfield provided an obstruction to sidelines and were obstructing in an emergency response. The trees are gone. We've secured funding to replant native trees elsewhere, and that's what I think we should be talking about. We've made Zozobra more inclusive and with Native American dancers and improved ADA accessibility. Kiwanis Club is committed to working with the city to ensure this tradition continues safely. We're protecting lives while maintaining our century-long commitment to serving Santa Fe's children and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Mayor Weber and councilors, appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. My name's Stephen Dowdy. I'm an environmental and civil engineer, and I live in Commissioner Castro's district. My comments are directed towards track 6A. As an engineer, I have provided the this governing body with factual information as to why tract 6A is not a suitable site for building affordable housing. The soil structure is a non-cohesive sand that provides minimal stability to support the planned build. The existing slopes in tract A vary from 5 to 30%. I think that was verified earlier this evening. And there are two large, deep arroyos which bisect the subject property. The site is planned for affordable housing, yet beyond the build, how will the homeowners be able to afford the cost of maintaining their property with shifting sands eroding with every precipitation event? How will they pay for remediation once their concrete slabs fail from unstable soils? Filling in the arroyos does not make destructive water go away, as we have all seen recently. I wanted to thank Commissioner Garcia for pointing out the knowledge that needs to be behind this project. So many times we get people in here that say, well, we can do this and we can do that, but they have no expertise in it. Expertise is very, very important when you're dealing with soils like this. I've walked the field, I've taken samples, I've assayed. Anybody can pull up what these soils are on the NRCS website, USGS, and it will show that it's not recommended for building. Now, we did meet with HomeWise, a contingency, and we asked the president of HomeWise how he was going to stabilize the soils. He had no plan at that point, but tonight I heard the HomeWise presentation, and they seemed like they were going to haul material back in. That's a good thing. But you people need to know and trust your local officials that with the engineering department so they can verify that this work's going to be done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming down tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay, hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to come up and talk. I'm Letitia Montoya, and I am running for mayor, but tonight I am here as a concerned citizen. And I want to thank Alma for last week when she came to talk to a group of people over at Fort Marcy, and she explained a lot to us, which that is the one thing that I know that we're lacking right now because of transparency. She says there's a committee, a tree committee. So I thought, what happened to the tree committee and how come it's not active? Because this would have been a situation that would not even exist right now, because you would have had that committee to look at the issues, to talk to the individuals that are out here. Because now you put another fraction amongst these people right here with the organization and the people that live in that area. And I live in this area. I've lived in this area all my life. We live on the Lobato land grant, which is my great-great-grandmother's land grant. But the key component is that we need to start looking at things before we activate it, because those trees may not mean something to you guys, but it does mean things to someone else. But the whole point is that there's a lack of communication. And that's the whole problem right now, is that if you would have stressed what you were going to do, and Alma even said they weren't supposed to be cut down until the 20th. So they were cut down a week later, and then what happened? It just got people mad. It's getting everybody, it's just like the obelisk, we need to come together as a group because we cannot divide each other anymore. It's about us working on issues and problems and making sure that we do it correctly. So now you have all these people over here that, how are you going to fix the problem? And it depends, where are you going to plant those trees at now? That's going to be the next step. If you're not going to plant them in that park, where are you going to plant them? Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and city councilors. I'm last. It goes along with I'm late to the gate in declaring my candidacy for mayor for private funding. So
we need your name for the record.
yes, my name is Dr. Jean Odine. And I will be doing my website and giving my platform as well, meeting the deadline for private funding for August 26th. So if there's any volunteers to do the petition, I'd appreciate it. I spoke here on December 11th for the council meeting on the decision of awarding the Aspen Village Studio for the Midtown development. I asked the city councilors to pause because I was representing Mr. James Dugan, international infrastructure development that's done Austin city limits development as well as Dubai and Indonesia. We had met with the director, Daniel Hernandez, prior, provided proof of funds. And unfortunately, you had gone into executive decision and made it. Now that Daniel Hernandez has resigned and he's complaining about funding and blocking in the latest Santa Fe, New Mexican article, it wouldn't have done. If we were, Mr. Dugan was offering a cash purchase and bringing in the architect from Dubai and create a Santa Fe style Austin city limits in the Midtown development. I attended the redevelopment board meeting, Midtown, just this past week. I introduced myself to City Attorney Mark Scott and the as acting director of the Midtown development. So when he returns, I hope to follow up. And I'll be attending the Chain Breakers meeting on the 18th. So this is one of many projects. When you're addressing the affordable housing and everything else, Mr. Dugan is proposing a major but cash funding to do infrastructure and development throughout the city. And it'll alleviate a lot of the issues that have been brought up here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming down tonight.
I appreciate it. I had fun.
Thank you, ma'am.
With you. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience? I assume because we advertised that we're not doing people zooming in, that we don't have anybody who is zooming in the Zoom room. Although congratulations on actually getting the technology to work. I think that's a step in the right direction. Anyone else who has had that wishes the opportunity? Okay. Where are we on the agenda, Madam Clerk? Are we going back now to that item that was pulled off of consent?
Yes, Mayor, we would return to 9R, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD. I'll read the caption, sponsored by Councilors Alma Castro, Michael Garcia, and Pilar Faulkner. A resolution proposing a ballot question to be submitted to the city's voters during the November 4th, 2025 regular local election regarding amending the city's charter to limit the mayor's authority to vote when there is a tie. And here to present is Legislation and Policy Innovation Manager, Marcy Enarino.
Okay, but I think first thing I would entertain is a motion, and then the item was taken off the consent calendar, I believe, by Councilor Cassett. And I would turn to her to speak to why she.
Motion first.
Yeah, a motion first, and then we'll go to Councilor Cassett.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, there's a motion to approve and there is a second. And Councilor Cassett, you were the one who asked to have it withdrawn from consent. So I give you the option of starting the conversation.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So I withdrew this from consent for a couple reasons. We've had really robust discussion about this throughout the committee process. I think that I've made it clear why I am not in support of this. However, I do want to make it even more clear because I feel like this constantly is getting misconstrued in various areas. Or my problem with this is not that I feel like our current system is working. I do not. My concern is that I don't think that this achieves what we want it to on its own. So as we talk about the mayoral voting rights, we say that this just comes down to a tie as when the mayor would vote. However, that doesn't really make a difference right now. If the mayor gets 4 people to agree with them, regardless of whether or not they are casting a vote, they're going to get it passed or denied, whatever the case may be. And that doesn't change whether they are casting a vote at other times. In fact, this actually makes it so the mayor is only voting on the most consequential votes because they are the ones where the council is split enough that there has to be a break in the tie. It has been actually a really interesting journey because I've gotten to look back at, some of the old charter review reports. And what I was most interested in, we brought this up a little bit at Quality of Life, I believe. One of the reasons that the sponsors were bringing this forward is because this has shown up as part of an entire package of a restructuring of the government to really separate the executive and the legislative. Now that piece comes with a number of other components, like the mayor having veto power, the councilors being able to override, that there being an actual true executive versus legislative, although we do have this challenge that we currently have a even numbered city council. So we have to figure out what to do with when there is a 4-4 split. What I found really fascinating, and I apologize. So, that one of the reasons that this piece was pulled out was that it was too complex, that there was all these different components that if we started to do these other things, it really impacts the other one. So I went ahead and I looked back at the charter amendment that brought us to the strong mayor system. Because I was curious, that was a big complex change. And that ballot question did come in as a package. So you either are taking the entire package, understanding that this change means that there's going to be a domino effect and all those other components have to change, or you're not. What I found really extremely fascinating is that this question around mayoral voting rights was actually teased out of there. And this makes sense to me because this does not impact the strong mayor system. And that was very, very clear to me. That's been my challenge here the entire time, is that I don't think that this does what we are discussing. I don't think it really achieves the goal. The only thing I think it does is reduces transparency because it does not require a mayor to have to state on the record how they would vote on a topic. I've heard the argument that the mayor is the executive, and so a lot of their initiatives, people know where they stand. However, the councilors are able to bring legislation, as we are here today. This was a council-initiated legislation, and many of those can be controversial, and they can bring up a lot of conversations and topics and start to move the city. And I just think it's very important that as long as a mayor, well, in any scenario, that a mayor has some way that they are officially making their opinion stated. And again, I want to emphasize that my biggest issue is that I do not believe that this achieves, I cannot see how this achieves a move away from the strong mayor system, because it really doesn't. Again, I think Mayor Weber could have abstained from every single vote tonight and it would not have made a difference. And it will only make a difference when we are in scenarios where there is a tie. And so again, those are the most consequential votes. That is the time when any vote has the most power and every single vote counts. However, I do recognize that this is an important topic for the community. It's obviously a very important topic for this governing body, as we have brought it up many times. As mentioned before, I'm working with Councilor Faulkner and with Councilor Castro to call forward another charter review commission to specifically dive into this issue of the balance of powers, of the separation of powers, of what do we think our government structure needs to look like. And I do think that this is an important question to be considered as part of that entire process. So I do have an amendment. And I've had, some opportunity to think about where we're going and how we can really consider this conversation, I think, in a more robust way, and how it does fit into an overall package as opposed to just being initially pulled out. So I don't know if we are at the moment where we would like me to discuss this amendment. Or if we want to have further conversation, Mayor, I will look to you at that point, but I'm happy to bring forward Amendment A.
Well, I think my own opinion is, and I'm happy to have more conversation, but I think this has gone through the committee process. People have had a chance to discuss it. I'm happy to weigh in when it's appropriate on my own thoughts, but I believe you have a amendment or two you want us to consider. I think we might as well take up that matter. I want to apologize to both. Councilor Lindell had to absent herself from the room, but she is able, I believe, to access the meeting. And I know that Councilor Maraworth has been hanging in there with us. I can't see.
Needs to be promoted to panelist, I think.
She needs to be promoted to a panelist by our team here. So we'll do that. Thank you for flagging it. But they're both invisible to me. So if they have a hand up or they want to speak, please just, when the moment is appropriate, interrupt me and get your comment into the discussion. But pending that, Councilor Castle, why don't you begin to walk us through what you are proposing in the way of amendment?
Wonderful, thank you. So Amendment A, and these are actually, if Amendment A passes, we don't have to consider the rest because they will get to be discussed as part of what I'm proposing, which is the commitment that the Charter Commission will, one, be called by no later than April 2026. That rough draft has already been sent to the sponsors. It is making its way through. We are working on vetting the questions. And then, as I mentioned to the sponsors today, I'm sure we've missed things. And so we know that the conversation around the various questions that should be asked will be vetted through committee, and I'm sure things will be added. But this would require that this question be considered by the Charter Commission that will be called, looking at the separation and balance of powers. And that if recommended by the Charter Commission to be placed on the ballot, that we cannot command a future governing body, but that they will be considering it in time for the 2027 municipal election. So really ensuring that this conversation is given, as we all mentioned before, the last Charter Commission, they were not given the time and the resources. They even stated themselves that, they understand this is an important topic. These were some of the ideas that they came up with, and with more time or resources, I think that there could have been some broader discussion. And so that this would not put this on the ballot right now, but really it would bring it forward to make sure that the Charter Review Commission that will be moving forward will be considering this question among many others that is looking at the balance of power. And again, I mean, I feel that this is such an important topic. We have had a lot of experience with, what this looks like as a strong mayor. As Councilor Faulkner, I think, has said multiple times that there wasn't as much of a consideration for the powers of the council and what this really needs to look like. But again, I do not think that this piece on its own does what we would like it to do, nor do I think it does what the public has been, I've been hearing a lot of this, well, it's getting rid of the strong mayor system. It's not. I want to be extremely clear that changing the mayor's voting power to only when there is a tie does not get rid of the strong mayor system. And if we really want to look at how the mayor and the council interact, how they play off each other, we're going to have to look at this in a much more robust way. And so I would absolutely like this to be part of that conversation. And with that, I would like to move Amendment A for approval.
There's a motion to move Amendment A for approval. Is there a second from?
Second.
Councilor Romero-Worth, is that you?
Lindell.
Councilor Lindell is co-sponsoring this.
Okay, Councilor Lindell is seconding the motion. Is there discussion? Yes, Councilor Castro.
So I do want to address this amendment. There has been a lot of conversation about timelines, timeframes, calling a new Charter Review Commission. We had 2 members of the previous Charter Review Commission in the audience today. This has been a very robust conversation. And one thing that I have really used in my consideration of this amendment is what our current Charter Review section in our charter is mandating. And I just want to read the last section of it. And it's, if anyone is looking on with us, it's 10.1 in the Charter Review. And it says the governing body shall consider and vote upon proposing the commission's recommended ballot questions. That is not a may, that is a shall. I think that's new since the last Charter Review Commission, is my understanding from City Attorney. Thank you so much. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But my understanding is the last time we were able to consider those, This time around, if we do have a new charter review commission, we shall consider and vote upon the proposed recommended ballot questions, which leaves us in a position where I feel we are regulated by our charter to review any recommendation that comes out of that charter review commission, which gives me a little bit more comfort in knowing that we are going to be doing the will of that commission. Now, I am putting myself in a position that's a little bit precarious because something that I really would like to see, which is getting us on the road, of course, not fully getting there, but getting us on the road of moving away from a strong mayor system, may not be the will of that commission. So if that commission decides that they don't want to see that, we are opening ourselves up to the potential of this not being on the ballot if they don't recommend that. So that's where I'm putting myself, I'm still thinking about this, and I'm really considering what it is that the will of this body and the will of the previous commission was. It is this piece, and I was one of the folks that sponsored it and started talking about it, was pulled out of a 2023 resolution and attempt at changing some powers, of which Michael Garcia was a part of. This seemed to be the one that didn't really pull the string that frayed the rest of the sweater. This was something that we could do in isolation and wouldn't be as complex, which is why we wanted to start here, but this was not the full project. So I do want to make it very clear, I'm still considering this amendment, but if this were to pass, this is a concession to give more power to community members through that commission process. I see the floor.
Thank you. Yes, who am I hearing from? Who said mayor? Oh, Counselor Lee Garcia, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, the discussion over this item through committee, and I do understand the different point of views. You know, although I see how this amendment comes in, and really what this amendment does is it kills this legislation, to be honest with you. And so I don't really feel that it is it kills it for the immediate term, which the whole reason why trying to get this passed is because it was the will of the sponsors to get it through for a vote to get on the ballot. And so either if you support this amendment, then it's not going to get on this ballot. And therefore I feel that I don't support the amendment because I didn't co-sponsor this legislation. However, I had instances where I was going to, and I am in favor of the legislation going forward. So in regards to the amendment, I won't be supporting the amendment. But I do appreciate how much thought is going into this, because it obviously is an issue that the majority of many people in the community, whether they don't say it or they do say it, it's a really important topic for them. And so I think it does need to be hashed out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments from anyone in the room, or Counselor Lindell or Counselor Romero-Worth on the amendment? Or I suppose you could speak to the main.
Mayor, I'd speak on the amendment.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess I would, I think this would be a good thing for us to do, is to send it to a charter review commission where it could be fully vetted and looked at in a holistic way with other changes. And I hear what Councilor Castro is saying. There was a change so that anything that a new charter commission brings forward has to be considered and voted upon by the governing body. So every package or recommendation that a charter commission researched, vetted, heard from the public on, and came forward would, then also be reviewed by the governing body to see if it was something to take to voters. And I really think when we're talking about the balance of power, we really have to look at these things closely, do the research, get the community input, and understand what we're doing rather than do a one-off. So I don't think it doesn't, it puts this in the proper process, and in a longer timeline, that's true, to Counselor Lee Garcia's point. I don't think it kills it. It just suggests that it needs to be in a different place for better review. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Michael Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I as well will not be supporting this amendment. We heard loud and clear from a Charter Review Commission member tonight to take action on their proposals. And that's what the resolution in front of us does. And so I've got a question for the city attorney.
She stepped out for a minute. Can you do something else for until she gets back?
She would be the person, and I know we've had this conversation with Marcy, because I reflect back to 2023. And what I did was I put in, I believe it was 8 separate resolution requests to implement the recommendations made by the Charter Review Commission. And one of those requests was to enact what the Charter Review Commission recommended regarding eliminating so many portions of the charter and consolidating. It was as simple as that. And I was told at the time that I could not do that. That's why I brought forward the proposal that I did, was because I was told I could not do that whole package. So now it's being mentioned, well, this package was being brought forward in the past. Well, why couldn't I bring forward my package? That's the question I had for the city attorney. Because I would have brought forth that package again, as well as every single recommendation that Charter Review Commission made back in 2023. I'm not somebody who wants to convene a body, put them to work, and then not move forward with their recommendations. And for those that were on the body at that point in time, remember, it was a lengthy meeting because I did, as folks remember, there were 8 charter updates that were proposed. 3 of them actually made it to the ballot. Changing the number for initiative, changing the number for referendum, and restructuring the process as outlined earlier around the Charter Review Commission. Now, the other 5 had to be kind of chopped up because, again, I was told it's too much work. I mean, and so, Madam City Attorney, I guess the question you were out that I have is, back in 2023, I put forward the request to implement the Charter Review Commission's recommendation of the consolidation and bringing about a new chapter. At that time, I was not able to move forward with that recommendation. It had to be teased out to a smaller proposal, which was very similar to the proposal in front of us tonight. Now, we heard from my colleague that back in 2014, there was a package that was presented. Why was my package back in 2023 not able to move forward?
Mayor, councilors, I'm not totally sure I understand your question. I think there was some conflicts in the proposals, but I'd have to go back and look at them more carefully. I truly don't remember.
Okay, so I think that's my concern, is this process is very, very tangled. And a perfect example, we've talked about this proposal, which is to only allow for the mayor to vote in the instance of a tie. Now, we've had the conversation of, well, I would support that if there was a veto. We can't have both of those on the ballot at the same time. You just can't, because what happens in the instance where the voters vote down the eliminating of the mayor voting in the instances of a tie, but approve the veto power, what ultimately happens is the unintended consequence of giving the mayor more power. And that's not what we're trying to do here. Is what we're trying to do is begin the process of the separation of powers. And this by no means has ever been proposed by, not by the sponsors at least, that this eliminates a strong mayor process. What this does is it begins the step by step process that has to be untangled because of the way the process is currently implemented. And what this actually does is it responds not only to the Charter Review Commission's recommendation, but it also responds to what constituents' concerns are at this moment in time, which is the way the government is currently structured gives the mayor too much authority. And this is no disrespect to you, Mayor Weber. This is the way the current law is written. And what the government, what the people want is to begin to separate that power. And so what this amendment does, it just continues to kick down the can down the road, in my opinion. That's not what the Charter Review Commission recommended. That's not what the voters are asking for today. The voters are asking to take action. The Charter Review Commission was asking to take action. What this resolution is beginning to do is to take action. And so if the governing body passes this resolution tonight, ultimately the decision lies in the hands of the voters. And I have full faith and confidence if the voters feel that they want the mayor to only vote in the instance of a tie, then they're voting for that process and they don't have any concerns around lack of transparency or any of the other justification that I find is unfounded. Because you don't see a president of the United States, you don't see a governor, you don't see any other executive that is beholden to having to vote on an issue to ensure that their constituency understands where they lie on an issue. That to me is a scare tactic. It's an absolute scare tactic using the word in the facade of transparency.
Objection. I'm not trying to scare people. That is simply my opinion. So please stop saying that my opinion is a scare tactic. I am simply stating that that is
Point
my
of order.
concern.
It's my opinion as well that it's
I know, but
a scare tactic.
We do try to avoid attributing.
This has been attributed by not only one person, it's been attributed by others. And that's what I'm saying. In the face of somebody saying that this promotes a lack of transparency, I myself, my own opinion, consider that a scare tactic. There's no accusing words, Counselor.
You guys, seriously, there's no reason for the back and forth. It's not necessary.
So with that, I'll yield the floor.
Clarification
I do not support this amendment. at
Fair
all.
enough. Thank you for summarizing it. Counselor Chavez, you're ready to speak?
I am. Thank you, Mayor. I like the intent of the amendment. I do. I think that there is so much work to do, and I think that absolutely we have to bring the Charter Commission together again and have them do well-resourced and with plenty time the work that they weren't able to do before. However, I don't see that there's a reason that this can't be on the ballot for a vote when it was recommended before by the Charter Commission. I don't see why if it was a recommendation, if we believe that this should be in front of the voters, I don't see why we would stop that because we know that there's more work to be done. Let's do the work that needs to be done, but still give the opportunity for the voters to make a decision on this. So, I can't support the amendment because it would interfere with that moving forward right now with this timeline. But I do support the need for further work, which I think we're all in support of. I just can't justify in my mind when there's already been a recommendation for this to be in front of voters for us to not provide them with the opportunity to have it there. I think that we can do both things, and we don't need one to interfere with the progress of the other at this point. Thank you.
I have a question for I'll just wanted to ask a clarifying question from the city attorney, because Councilor Castro had talked about this change to a shall. And I wanted to see if I could get the city attorney to clarify one or 2 points. So if I understand the councilor's point, she is absolutely correct that the governing body shall now take those recommendations under the new, under the directions that we currently have.
Mayor Weber, councilors, the governing body shall consider and vote upon. They don't necessarily have to take the recommendation.
But they
do
shall
have to consider
They
them and
can't
vote upon them.
simply
Correct.
dismiss them out of hand. And is there a similar capability if there is not a recommendation from the Charter Commission that the governing body wishes to take under consideration? Are they limited only to the things that the Charter Commission brings to them, or is there the independent capacity to bring other things forward that the governing body wants to discuss as an offshoot from a Charter Commission report?
Mayor Weber, councilors, there's no requirement to use the Charter Commission in order to consider a charter amendment. However, the Charter Commission must be appointed not less frequently than every 10 years. So there's a minimum.
So as we're seeing right now, there's nothing to prevent the governing body after receiving a report from a Charter Commission to say, we would also like to have under our discussion and then possible voting to move it forward, as we're seeing tonight, something in the absence that doesn't necessarily derive in whole or part from the Charter Commission.
Mayor Weber, that is correct.
Thank you. Just wanted to say there's no prohibition from adding on to whatever would come forward from the Charter Commission. Councilor Faulkner, you had your hand up and I claimed a point of clarification.
I feel like we've beaten a dead horse through committee process on this issue as far as we can take it. Again, my position is very simple. We need some short-term guardrails around the power that the mayor's office will have while we figure out the bigger picture. And nothing in what we're doing says that what this resolution is a permanent situation. This will be revisited with the larger charter review. I can't imagine it wouldn't. And so all this is just a short-term fix based on what my constituents have said that they think is not working, based on what I believe as an organizational development person, what is not working. And so, again, this is just a short-term fix.
Councilor Cassett, and I don't know, Councilor Lindell, I can't see if your hand is up or if you
Mayor,
have-
can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, and then we'll go to Councilor Cassett. Yes, you
It
have
was
the floor.
represented that you couldn't put two ideas in one ballot question, that there being this idea was part of a package of ideas around balance of power. And that's one of the reasons why it's a problem, because I think if you want to separate the powers, then you should take the mayor off the council, you should give the mayor veto authority, and you should make the council a true legislative body. And I think that's what they were attempting to do, but as the chairwoman said at the time, they were rushed a bit. They didn't have the resources they needed. They didn't have the time they needed to actually really think through all of the pieces of this. And so it's important, I think, that we give the Charter Commission another chance, more time, more resources to do this. But I guess I would like to ask the city attorney, it was represented that you couldn't put this, the the giving the mayor veto authority and taking the mayor off of the council or changing the voting structure in the same question so that maybe you get one without the other. And I think you can structure it so you don't get the quote unquote scare tactic that was presented.
I think she's referring to how many, I believe, Councilor Romeroworth, what you're talking about is having the voters take on both the veto and the removal of the mayor's vote at the same time, and how they might be
Yes.
internally inconsistent.
Yes. Or you get one without the other, which was how it was presented.
So what are you asking the city attorney to opine on?
Well, can't you formulate a ballot question where it's very clear that you're giving a mayor veto authority and maybe taking other things away or doing other things so that it's very clear that you're voting for one thing that does maybe several things in accomplishing a goal.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, because that's exactly what I proposed in 2023.
I understand, but I think we're asking the question in the context of where we are right now.
But the foundation of the answer is,
But we know
why
that-
wasn't I able to do it in 2023?
No, and I think the city attorney said she would have to revisit the materials from back then in order to give you a good answer. And tonight she's not able to give you that answer, but clearly the package that was voted in the first place was a package. That much we know. And we know that the Charter Commission that gave us its report that you were bringing forward items from had imagined a package at the time. It wasn't completely fleshed out, but that was how they were imagining.
But point of order, it
Mayor
was
Weber,
completely
Councilors.
fleshed out. It was.
These are not points of order.
No,
Well, it's.
These are historic questions or
okay. So
facts.
let's go back to Councilor Romeroworth's
So
question.
you certainly can have multiple sections or multiple subsections or subsections as part of one ballot question. As long as they are not conflicting with each other, right? So I have to write a legal opinion about any ballot question. Marcy has put time on my calendar for this week to do either one or two legal opinions based on whether or not we have one or two ballot questions. And I plan to do that on Friday. So I do have to opine on anything that's passed as a ballot question under our charter, and that has to be posted. So any of the ones I signed, which I thought I had signed all the ones that we were considering at that late night meeting that went till 2 a.m. a couple of years ago. I believe the ones I signed, I had already determined I would be able to write a legal opinion that said they were legal. Certainly there could be interesting questions if you put multiple ballot questions on a ballot that contradicted each other, and then we'd have to come up with the solution of having two legal ballot questions and what would be the result of that, and is it the first one, does the second one overrule the first one? That would be interesting. We did not have that type of a situation, I don't believe. So certainly you can vote for multiple subsections being changed and multiple powers being changed at the same time.
Thank you. Councilor Cassidy, you had your hand up before we went down the other direction.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll be very quick. I do just want to, and Councilor Romeroworth, I think, made the point pretty clear that where I'm coming from, I understand that this was a piece of a recommendation. I just have a really hard time pulling this piece out, because I think that this piece, in order to be effective and impactful, is dependent on the full. And so that is where I am really struggling here. This was a couple years ago. It was a very late night meeting. I know that there was a short timeline, and that was one of our challenges. And unfortunately, this seems to have fallen off of our radars until now, when we have an election coming up. And that, again, I'm very grateful to Councilor Faulkner and Councilor Castro and, actually everybody, because this has been such a robust conversation, but, putting in the timeline in order to really take a look how to do this. And I know that it gets really complex because there were components that could then, counteract other parts of the code. In fact, with this one, we still have a little bit of that going on actually, potentially. And that gets really challenging, really, really, teething through this. So that's where I am coming from, is that I don't feel this was the recommendation. I feel like this was a piece of the recommendation, and it does not have the impact that was stated of a separate, this does call that they wanted to create a, the recommendations provide for a separation of powers between the executive and the legislative, and then create a new Article 5 to replace current Articles 5 through 8 entitled Governance with these sections, the legislative branch, the executive branch. And then it really does go, and this is a piece of it, it absolutely is, but it is dependent on all of these other factors for having the impact that we would like to see, which again is a separation and a balance of powers. And with this pulled out, I am not seeing that achieved. Nor do I think that we, I think that it is hard to track over years and years, well, this piece because then leads to this, this, and this. I don't know if that's something that we need to put on the ballot of, never mind. This is getting way too complicated in terms of things we can put on the ballot and how clear they need to be. But I just want to state that one of the reasons I'm not in support is I don't believe that this is actually the recommendation that was received. This is a component of it. And as I said the other day, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts when it comes to this piece. Thank you.
I'd like to call the vote.
I think the city.
Mayor, councilors,
Let's do-
Marcy helped
here.
find some of the history on the question about the package that was recommended. So our whereas clauses in one of the resolutions said, the recommendation removes the concept of a governing body and replaces it with a separate mayor and city council. But in several instances, the recommendation also maintains the phrase governing body. And the final report appears to leave in the use of governing body in at least some places where it would be more internally consistent to use city council. And then many other areas of the charter where there were not recommendations still made reference to the governing body. And the final report didn't address what to do in relation to those sections. So it was just really not clear as between the recommended changes and the existing charter that remained, how we would handle that. So, and we were working quite a bit in order to get these recommendations to the governing body at all. So this was one of the last ones I think that was finished, and it was not clear how to handle those inconsistencies between the recommendation and the remainder of the charter that wasn't being touched. We would have had conflicting sections of the charter. So the version I signed did not include the conflicts. And that was the version that I think was postponed indefinitely ultimately.
Thank you. Councilor Castro?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments. I didn't actually work with too many of my colleagues on this piece of legislation when I first brought it forward. I worked mostly with members of that Charter Review Commission. So I just want to make it clear that there was no political intent. I'm not running for anything in the upcoming election. Really, the intent of this was to make sure, and this is something that I am adamant about in all of our committees, that when we ask our citizens to do work, that we use that work in those recommendations. And that was one of the reasons that I brought this forward. And that being said, I would like to call a question.
There's a
Second.
motion to call the question. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll? Yeah, this is on the amendment.
Calling the question.
This is on the amendment.
No, calling the question.
I mean, on the, yeah, this vote is on calling the question,
just
but
being
it would be to get us to vote on the amendment. Correct. You have the roll?
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassidy,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
No.
Motion is approved.
Okay, so we have a calling of the question on the amendment as moved. Did you call the roll?
Counselor Castro,
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor Chavez,
No.
Counselor Faulkner,
No.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
No.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassidy,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Motion fails.
Very good. You have the floor.
This one was a very difficult one for me, comrades, compañeros. I think that it is really imperative that we allow our citizens to have a say, and our Charter Review Commission was clear. Now it is our job as members of this governing body to talk to our constituents. If we feel that this should not pass, we have the opportunity to lobby our constituents.
I'd make a couple of quick points. I think the argument that was advanced that this item, this proposal was part of a bigger package is very much the key factor here. If you read the larger piece of work done by the Charter Commission, it includes things such as the mayor not sitting as a member of the governing body, but in fact, the city council members choosing their own presiding officer. And the mayor is given the opportunity to sign, veto, or allow to become law any ordinance adopted by the council. So it's really a much more clear effort to delineate what is executive and what's legislative. The tie voting factor is really not the key point to it. Of all the work that the Charter Commission brought to us, it was just really a small piece of a much larger package. In terms of what the Charter Commission said to us, there's an email that we received back in 2023 from the chair of the Charter Commission saying an amendment to the city charter, which acts as the city's constitution, is a serious matter, deserving of careful and complete study and a careful and complete presentation to the city's voters by way of explanation and the actual ballot measure. Goes on to say, my concern is that such careful study wasn't possible when the Charter Commission was impaneled, and we need more time to do more work, which is exactly what Councillor Cassett's proposal would have given us, more time to do more work and to get a comprehensive approach that would bring all these pieces together. Finally, I think I support a Charter Commission, and I do support having it take up the issue of the legislative body and its responsibilities. I think that is the piece of work that is left undone and needs to be addressed. The thing will be introduced tonight that has far more to do with separation of powers than a tie vote amendment is the introduction of a new approach to our budgeting process. And that really is an important adjustment to power, authority, policymaking. And I support that as well. So I think the idea of doing a piecemeal amendment to what is our Constitution and then saying we can always fix it later, I think it doesn't really take into account the seriousness of charter amendments and how they have to be carefully vetted, discussed, talk about public engagement at all levels, transparency at all levels, so that when we go to when the governing body goes to the voters with a package, it's really well vetted, internally consistent, and improves the overall operation of this city government. So sorry to see the amendment go down. Madam Cass, I was going to say Madam Clerk, but Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mayor. With that said, I do now have two more amendments that I would like to move. The first is Amendment B, and this is really a fail-safe for there being instances within the code where the mayoral vote may be necessary for us to be legally in compliance with our code when the tie is not present. So there are, some that talk about a majority of the whole. There's some that talk about some overrides for land use. It is very possible that this is not necessary, but I do not think that we have really had the time to go through our code and understand these instances and take a look at them. So I do think that it is important that we put this component in so that if there is an instance where the mayoral vote would actually need to occur in order for us to be in compliance with our laws or with state statute, whatever the case may be, that will be available to us and will not be barred by if this were to pass at the voter level. So it's Amendment B. shows up in a couple different areas on page 1, line 14 in the caption. It would then read, amending the city charter to limit the mayor's authority to vote to when there is a tie and when the vote will provide the necessary votes required by law to take action on an issue. And then that is, inserted throughout. So again, page 2, line 1, or when it is legally required to take action. Page 2, line 6, vote only on an issue before the governing body in the case of a tie, or when the vote will provide the necessary number of votes required by law for taking action. And then again, in the actual question, it would say, should the Santa Fe Municipal Charter be amended to only allow the mayor to vote on issues before the governing body when the vote will break a tie amongst city councilors or provide the necessary number of votes to take action? And then vote only on an issue before the governing body or when the vote will provide the necessary number of votes required by law for taking action. So again, this is, I do have a concern that since we haven't had adequate time to really, tease through the code and look at potentially some of these areas, I do not want us to be in a situation where we are either having to be out of compliance with our charter, out of compliance with our code, or out of compliance with some other law. And it is very possible, again, that this may not be needed, but I want to make sure that it is there. So with that, I'd like to move Amendment B.
There is a motion to adopt Amendment B. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Is there discussion on this particular amendment? Councilor Garcia, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not aware of in any law or ordinance that requires the mayor to vote. It's based off the number of governing body members. What the proposal in front of us does is it limits the ability for the mayor to vote. And so if we're talking about a supermajority of the governing body, that still would be 6. And if I count correctly, we're not lowering the number of counselors. You still have 8 counselors. Why couldn't 6 vote for or against, as long as you're having folks voting? Now, I understand where that might be a challenge of, if there is a lack of quorum, but that could be said in any issue across the board. And so I asked the question, is there specifically anywhere in our laws that says that the mayor is required to vote on a specific issue, not the governing body, but it clearly stipulates that the mayor must cast a vote?
Mayor, Weber, councilors, the Charter Commission cited in your memo, I just closed the memo by accident. In between the charter reading the way that this resolution proposes and the current version, there was an intermediate version that had this language in it. And it was to address, there's a state statute in the section on municipalities that requires a majority of the whole in order to overcome a negative planning commission vote on certain matters. So for example, if you had 7 members present, including the mayor, and the mayor didn't vote, you would still need 5 votes in order to overcome that. So you would need 5 out of 6 votes. The mayor were there, right? So the mayor's there, the 7 members, you would still need 5 votes. Same thing for 5 members being present, you would need 5 votes in order to overcome that. So that's why that Charter Commission recommended this language, which was that intermediate language in between the tie and voting on all matters. So this would, it's not saying the mayor has to vote. It's allowing the mayor to vote on matters that would legally require his vote in order for them to take action. So even if you had a majority of governing body members, those matters would fail without the mayor's vote, without this amendment.
So the way it's reading is when the vote will provide the necessary number of votes required by law for taking action. And so the way I interpret that is that it would also take into consideration when a quorum is needed. That's not the intention around this whole proposal, because but that's the way this is written.
Mayor, councilors, the quorum matter wouldn't be impacted either way in this. There's a state statute establishing quorum as well.
Right, but there's also the law requiring that a majority vote on a matter, right? That there must be the majority that votes,
Of the whole. So
Right.
it's about a number.
right? And so I think that, again, that then allows for the mayor to vote in any matter. If there is not if folks aren't showing up to a meeting, then it then opens the door for the mayor to vote, because then it would be required by law that a majority of the body take a vote.
Mayor, Counselor, that's incorrect. That is the situation that was happening at some of our land use boards where the chair is not allowed to vote already unless there's a tie. That's like their existing strategy. So they count towards the quorum, but they don't vote as a result of a quorum. The quorum doesn't impact who votes.
So can you give me an example where this would take effect?
Yes. So if the planning commission voted against.
No, with the governing body, not the.
Right, I know, but this
This
is
is
when it
how it comes,
arises.
this is how the item comes
Yes,
to the.
so the commission votes against a rezoning. State statute requires that for the governing body to pass that rezoning, you need a majority of the whole, meaning 5 votes, regardless how many people are present. So you have 5 people present, state statute requires it to be 5 votes. You have 6 people present, state statute requires it to be 5 votes. You have 7 people present, state statute requires it to be 5 votes. You have 8 people present, same thing, 5 votes. So that where that runs into a problem is you have 5 people show up and the mayor's not allowed to vote, you can't overcome the planning commission.
So can you explain to me the 5 votes? Because it would require 5 votes no matter what. 5 votes is the quorum. You need to, you must maintain the number of voting members to maintain the quorum. You can't have 6 people show up to a meeting, 6, and I'm going to give the example. You can't have 6 governing body members show up to a meeting. 2 members recuse themselves, leaving only 4 members able to hear a matter. 4 members can't vote on an issue. It requires 5.
Mayor, Counselor, that is correct. That recusal is different than voting. You can have a non-voting member who helps establish quorum. You cannot have a recused member who establishes quorum. Recused member is not counted towards quorum. A non-voting member is.
I'm still not understanding why it would require the mayor to vote in an issue when, unless there's a tie. I mean, you have to have the 5 votes, right? No matter what, on any issue that comes before this governing body, there could never be an instance before this governing body where there's less than 5 folks voting. Never.
In favor. So Mayor Weber, Counselor, if you have 5 members present, 3 will pass something, but 3 cannot overcome a negative planning vote. 5 is required. That's the difference.
You need the 5 in
Correct.
favor.
Because it's a majority of the whole. Majority of the whole, when you have 9 members, is 5. A majority, when you have 9 members, could be 3 or 4. Because you might only have 7 people show up, or you might only have 5 people show up.
Okay, thank
There
you.
are other questions? I'll just point out that the dialogue we just had is one of the reasons why I supported the prior amendment, because we would have hashed all of this stuff out at a series of hearings with the next charter commission, rather than having it at 9:30 at night as we attempt to put something on the ballot. Other questions or comments about Amendment B? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, there is a motion to amend the main motion by adding the language of Amendment B.
Counselor Faulkner. No. Counselor Lee Garcia.
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Nope.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
And Counselor Cassett, you had a third amendment you wanted to propose.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. As I've been thinking about this, again, what is my concern? My concern actually is not the counting of the mayor's vote. As I've stated multiple times, I actually do not think that this matters. I don't think it's going to change things. I don't think it's going to change an outcome that otherwise would have shown up. My concern has been the mayor I think that it is important without another mechanism such as signing something into law or vetoing something or allowing something to become law, that the mayor has a public record of how they stand on an issue. So this amendment, it's Amendment C, this would require the mayor to state their vote, to cast their vote on all issues, to actually cast their vote first, so they do not know whether or not they are breaking a tie, although usually when you've gone through committee, you can count up votes pretty well if you watch how things happen in committee, but still, we do sometimes come in and things surprise us. But they would cast their vote first. However, that vote would not be counted towards the outcome unless it is necessary to break the tie. So when it comes to the official passage and the official record of how the voting occurred, this is simply to make sure that the mayor's vote or the mayor's opinion on the matter is officially on the record, even if it is not counted unless necessary. Again, my big issue has been, I think it is important that in our current structure with our current system, that there is a way that the mayor has to go on the record with what they're thinking. I honestly don't really mind if it's not counted, because my main concern has been transparency of the mayor's opinions. So if you go to Amendment C, and Councilor Lindell is co-sponsoring this one with me as well, you will see in the caption, I'm reading in context, page 1, line 13, amending the city charter to limit counting the mayor's vote to situations when there is a tie. I added to a first whereas. Whereas the governing body wants to distinguish mayoral and city council powers by limiting the mayor's ability to vote. However, because knowing where a mayor stands on all issues is important for transparency before the community, the mayor should vote on all matters and the vote should only count toward the outcome in the instance of a tie among city councilors. Page 2, line 3, whereas to limit counting the mayor's vote to situations. So really it changes about counting the mayor's vote. Page 2, line 8, the mayor will cast the first vote in matters that come before the governing body. Such vote shall only be counted in the case of a tie amongst city councilors. So again, the counting only comes into play if there is that tie. It would change the question to, should the Santa Fe Municipal Charter be amended to require the mayor to vote first for matters that come before the governing body and to limit counting the mayor's vote to situations the vote is needed to break a tie amongst city councilors. And then again, page 4, line 8, city shall have a mayor who casts the first vote in matters that come before the governing body and to limit the counting the mayor's vote to situations where the vote is needed to break a tie amongst the city councilors. And I believe those are all the areas that has changed. So I'd like to move Amendment C.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second. Is there discussion on this one?
Mayor, member councilors, so
excuse me.
there was some debate as to which amendments to go first and everything else. I do have a concern that this one may eliminate your other one that you just did. Because you're proposing a voting question that says limiting the mayor's vote to situations when the vote is needed to break a tie and voting first. So if you wanted both, I think we need them combined. Yeah.
Excuse me, what?
Mayor, member councilors, if you wanted to both allow or limiting counting the mayor's vote to situations where a tie is needed and or legally required and require the mayor to vote first, we would want to put those in the same question. Now, the problem is if we vote on this resolution, we will have the situation I described earlier where voters would vote for one that says they only vote on ties and another that says they vote in ties and in situations where it's legally required to meet a minimum.
What's the ability to put these two together?
Mayor Weber, councilors, there's certainly an ability.
I guess I'm looking to Marcy at what the ability would be to put this together if we were to table this for the moment.
Hang on one sec. Let's try to get this conversation, then I'll turn to you.
Question might kind of eliminate this process in general because this proposal proposes to change the caption, the title, etc. We can't do that right now because we've already noticed this item. What we're doing is we're basically changing the whole intention of this resolution without properly noticing it to the public.
Mayor Weber, councilors, so the two proposals are relatively close to what's been there before. But if the council doesn't think you've given the public sufficient notice, and this is the type of thing we considered, I think, on the last one, that also, I believe, amended the caption. Didn't the last ballot question also amend the caption?
We had the wrong number of, there was an error about,
Oh, actually, I increased it to 6 for everybody. So the whole caption did change the last ballot question as well. We decided it was inclusive and relatively close.
And
So
the
I think
web-
that's absolutely within the discretion of the counselors, how close you want it. So you have to put the public on reasonable notice about the subject matter you will be discussing. So if you think this is no longer the same subject matter, certainly you should delay it and repost it. I don't think there's time to get it at the next regular governing body meeting for a vote to be on this ballot. But I think the problem with this amendment and the prior amendment is they're inconsistent. So they wouldn't, it would not work to, we will not have two, we won't even have 2 ballot questions. They're the same resolution.
can I ask, excuse me, I have a question of clarification. If I understand the intent of this amendment, Councillor Cassett is not asking the mayor's vote to count unless there's a tie. She's asking that the mayor's vote be cast as a way of making a public statement as to any given mayor's position. So it is not a vote toward an outcome. It is a vote toward indicating one of the mayor's elected position on a topic where the council is voting, and the mayor's vote may or may not be relevant.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I am not saying the 2 ideas are inconsistent. I am saying the 2 amendments to this resolution are inconsistent. One overrules the other.
Because essentially what it needs to say is amending the city's charter to limit counting the mayor's vote to situation when there is a tie or it is legally necessary, correct? That's what has to happen.
I think that's right.
So I would motion to table this matter to see if we could put these 2 together. I know that we have other things that are on our discussion, and I would, like to see if Marcy is able to wordsmith this together. I do think that it is possible, because as and
Mayor Weber, councilors, what it would be is a more limited version of this amendment, because this amendment just doesn't assume the other one's already there, because it couldn't, because it wasn't.
Correct.
Right.
So there's a motion to table with the idea of coming back with a new language this evening. Is that what you're suggesting? There's a motion to table this with the request that a revision to the proposed amendment be drafted for us to consider. Is there a second on the tabling motion?
Second.
I hear a second. I don't know if there's discussion. I don't see any hands going up. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on tabling until we see new language?
Councillor Michael Garcia.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Worth.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett.
Yes.
Councillor Castro.
No.
Councillor Chavez.
No.
Councillor Faulkner.
No.
Councillor Lee Garcia.
No.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion does not pass.
Motion does not carry. Okay, so what we have now in front of us is there is an existing amendment that you seconded. Are you I want to get a clear opinion. You're suggesting we ought not to be voting on this as drafted because it conflicts with the prior amendment that was adopted.
Mayor, councilors, that's correct. I think you would end up with something that doesn't make sense. Because this amendment proposes amending the original resolution, not the amended resolution. Yeah.
Mayor Weber?
Councilor Cassett.
Yes, I would leave it to this body as to whether or not they prefer to provide a catch-all for any instances where there may be a challenge with a vote if the mayor is not present, or insisting on transparency from an elected mayor. And I will leave that to discussion. I lean towards the latter, actually, at this point in time.
Other comments? Well, I don't think I've ever confronted this situation before where we've had a proposed amendment ruled out of order and therefore off the table. So
Mayor, council, I don't know that it's out of order. I just don't, it's not clear what you'd end up with. We have not created that red line.
okay. Councilor Garcia.
I think just vote on the amendment and we can deal with it in that manner. So I'll call the question on the proposed amendment.
Second.
Okay, could you call the roll on calling the question?
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia, Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
All right, so what we have is a problem in the form of an amendment. I think we understand the intent, but the city attorney has flagged a challenge to the language as it is currently drafted. And we are now going to call the roll on the amendment as written.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
No.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
No.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner.
No.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, I like to explain my vote. The
Motion does not carry.
right. I think what we have is an intent by Counselor Cassett to get us to a place where there is transparency in the process of deciding a matter in front of the governing body. It is made more complicated by the fact that we haven't really had a charter commission to put these pieces together in a coherent fashion. The charter commission's document that we received from the last charter commission imagined something very different than what we've been voting on. They imagined that the mayor wouldn't even attend governing body meetings. They imagined that the city council would select their own person to run the meetings, as well as their own finance committee, and that the mayor would have a veto, and that there would be a very different structure to city government. But since we didn't refer this this new proposal to a charter commission to actually work out the details, tonight at 10 to 10, we're trying to have a mini charter commission. And it's very difficult to do in the absence of public participation, community engagement. All the things that we debated about 12 trees don't seem to apply when we talk about changing the city's constitution. And I find that very troubling. Okay, we have a main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the main motion as amended?
Counselor Cassett,
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Mayor Weber.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Motion passes.
Very good. So of those who suggested they would like to explain their vote, let's go in the order in which the votes were cast.
Thank you, Mayor. I have made my points very clear as to why I'm against this. I am disappointed to see a vote against transparency when we talk about that so frequently, and we heard a lot about it from the public under the guise of something that does not actually provide a separation of powers or even a reduction in the mayor's powers. And there is no guarantee that in the future, any type of further questions that may separate powers would actually occur. So we may very well stay with our current system, depending on what future charter review commissions and voters, what charter review commissions recommend and what voters vote on, while also now getting rid of the requirement that the mayor has to go on the record with their opinion on the matters that come before this body. Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now the decision lies with the voters of Santa Fe. I truly believe that this is the first of many steps that need to be taken to ensure that there is a clear-cut separation of powers. This by no means reduces transparency. By no means does it reduce transparency. What it will encourage is that the mayor now needs to work collaboratively with all councilors, not form coalitions like we've seen in the past, and ram legislation down not only the throats of the council, but the throats of residents of Santa Fe. It's imperative that we take action on the Charter Review Commission's recommendations, which we just did. And there will be much more work to come. And again, if the voters don't like this proposal, they'll vote it down. I have full faith and confidence that the residents of Santa Fe are going to choose a government that they feel comfortable with. Now, Santa Feans, make the wise choice, and it's up to you.
Thank you, Counselor. I am fully in support of a charter commission that looks at the powers, the structure, the responsibility of the city council. I think they did a very reasonable job in addressing the need for a full-time mayor. It's been called a strong mayor. It's not a strong mayor. It's a full-time mayor. And I think a charter commission is now more important than ever in order to try to bring some coherence to what we've just done. It is piecemeal. If you were going to write a case study about how not to do public policy, this would be Exhibit A.
Point of order, Mr.
No,
Mayor. That's
no.
out of line.
I know, Counselor, you're out of line and you're out of order. So I didn't interrupt you when you were giving us your oration. I'd appreciate.
But you're out of line, Mr. Mayor. That decision
No, sir.
overrides the
Counselor, you are out of
decision
order.
of the majority of the
Counselor,
body.
You are out of order. I think if you were going to write a case study of how not to do public policy development, this would be Exhibit A. For a very, very simple number of reasons. Number one, as Counselor Cassett has pointed out, we really do need more transparency on all of these issues, not only what the mayor votes, but how the legislation is developed. Secondly, we need more community engagement on something as significant as amending our city constitution. It shouldn't be taken out of context from a prior Charter Commission report, which had many other recommendations, none of which are being folded into these two proposals that are now going to the voters. So I think it's, I I think the desire to clarify the separation of powers is legitimate and important, and I fully support a charter commission doing that. I also support the measure that'll be introduced later tonight around changing our budget process, which I believe will have much more impact than either of these two proposed charter amendments. So that's my reason for voting no. It has nothing to do with whether I trust the voters or don't trust the voters. It has to do with a good process for bringing good choices, well vetted, carefully drafted, coherently considered, with public engagement and full transparency before we send ballot measures that alter the city's constitution. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item on the agenda?
Item 11, matters from the city manager.
Good evening.
Good evening, City Manager Acting.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and members of council. I'll try to make this very brief. I know it's getting late. I do want to remind the community that we have a meeting on the 21st at 5:30 p.m. at Fort Marcy Gazebo to talk about the planting plan and shade structure plan for the park. So I'm hoping that we'll get a lot of feedback there about how to move forward on a planting plan. I also want to just call out some of our employee anniversaries. Ronald Jimenez is an ordinance enforcement specialist with our community development department. He is celebrating 20 years of service with us. Alejandrino Salazar is a system administrator with ITT, our technology department, and he's celebrating 10 years. And Albert Valdez is an ESD collections equipment operator and public utilities, celebrating 10 years with us. So we thank them for their years of service. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Item 12, matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Thanks for those of you who have been helping Marcy and Christine and their team to prioritize legislation. If you haven't set up a time with them, please reach out. As before tonight's introductions, they had 92 requests on their list for legislation. I think a few people have been able to remove some of their prior requests and prioritize some of the ones that are there. So thank you for your help with that. It helps us as between institutional requirements and the legislative priorities of all of you. It really helps us to give them direction in terms of how to prioritize those requests. So thank you for helping with that. And the only other thing I have is to recommend an executive session in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, New Mexico Statutes Annotated, Section 10-15-1, Subpart H7, attorney-client privilege discussion of pending and threatened litigation, in particular, Mark Thomas Lopez versus City Santa Fe.
I would entertain a motion to take us into executive session. I think Councilor Romero Worth has left us from the Zoom link. So if one of the other city council members has the governing body members has that language, I'd entertain that motion.
Or City Attorney McSherry, if you are able to feed it. Oh, good.
I think Councilor Garcia may have it right there. No, I called on you. I cold called you. Got it? Very good. Thank you.
I move that we enter executive session pursuant of the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
And is there a second? There is a second. Is there any discussion? Could you call the roll on that motion, please?
Counselor Casa.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
She has stepped
Also,
out.
okay.
She's excused.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Very good. We will go into executive session. Thank you, everybody, for hanging with us tonight. We'll be back as soon as we can to complete the rest of the agenda. Are we still streaming?
Yes, we are still streaming.
And have we, if our, any of our counselors who are Zooming, are they admitted, re-admitted?
Michael, will you make me a panelist, please?
Very good. I'd entertain a motion.
Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
May or may not be back with us yet.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. Could you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
Next item is matters from the city clerk. I wanted to give you a little update about what was going on in the council chambers. So we had a audio visual failure, which is why we noticed for in-person this week. We had Santa Fe Audio Visual come out and help us. They assisted getting our system back in order, but also kind of gave us an assessment along with our staff members looked at the system itself. And gave us an assessment about the system and how it is working. So we will be able to continue next week to have Zoom, YouTube Live, but we will be getting estimates to reconfigure the system so that it's just streaming on YouTube and not trying to obtain Comcast right now. So it will streamline our process. So once I figure that out, I will bring it back to you. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is we completed our movies in the park. We've counted that about every movies in the park, we've had about 350 to 320 people show up. It has been pretty successful. We've had a lot of good feedback about it. Our last movie was Moana 2. We're very happy that so many people sponsored with us. So Sky Cinema donated popcorn. We appreciate that. Coca-Cola donated water and Powerade. And St. Christus for the Middle donated money to help bring down the prices of food. So we're very happy about that. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Next.
Communications from the governing body.
Very good. Counselor Castro.
Just wanted to address some comments we heard today. I did have an interesting conversation with some constituents and they were unaware of the municipal tree board. So I just want to let folks know that there is a municipal tree board if you want to know more about our trees, and they have done a full tree audit that you can check out online.
Thank you. Counselor?
Nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Katzek.
Yeah, the only thing between now and our next meeting, my son will have his birthday, so I just wanted to wish a very, very happy birthday to my little guy who I've affectionately referred to as Tiny Human since he was born, and I keep being told that he no longer fits that description. So happy birthday, little man. I love you more than anything.
Counselor Legar.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a big shout out to Counselor Faulkner and the fire department, Albertson, Sam's, for the back to school bash that was done at Swan Park a couple weekends ago. It was a humongous success. Kids were walking away saying, "Are we doing this next year?" They wanted a longer spray down, 2 different spray downs. They had all kinds of stuff. And so I saw Michael Garcia with his boy out there and having a great time. Just wanted to give a shout out to Pilar and to the fire department. They really worked hard on this. And everyone else who put time and effort into it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, is Counselor Lindell with us or not? We don't know.
Mayor, I can't tell. I'm not a panelist.
Is there a way of ascertaining? I won't press the point. She may have called in tonight. I just want to thank everybody for the amazing summer we've had so far coming up. Indian Market, very exciting. Everybody should make it a point to get out and enjoy and participate and celebrate. It's something that is quite remarkable when you see the incredible work and the great enthusiasm that is engendered by people who come to see Indian Market. It's unlike any place in America, and it's another reason why Santa Fe is so special with the summer offerings that we have. Next item on the agenda.
Counselor Lindell is not joining us. So next item on the agenda is 16, introduction of legislation. 16A, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber, calling the New Mexico congressional delegation to advocate for the preservation and management of New Mexico's public lands.
I think the title speaks for itself.
16B, consideration of bill number 2025-18, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber and Councilor Carol Romero Worth, a bill amending Chapter 22, Exhibit A by removing location of service as a criterion for determining sewer service changes.
I think this is a little cleanup that Director Roach has asked for. It corrects something we needed to rectify.
Item 16C, consideration of resolution 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Carol Romero Worth, a resolution directing the city manager to work with the Santa Fe River Commission and relevant City of Santa Fe staff to analyze and, if feasible, reestablish river flows through the pre-development path of the Santa Fe River from the below Nichols Reservoir to Cerro Gordo Road, contract for a comprehensive engineering analysis of the 2 Mile Pond complex, design and establish new infrastructure as needed, collaborate with stakeholders to determine the most appropriate long-term condition for the river flow, and provide public education about the Santa Fe River Target Flow Ordinance.
Councilor Mayor Worth is not with us at this point, so we'll just let the title speak for itself.
16D, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Carol Romero Worth, Councilor Jamie Cassett, Councilor Pilar Faulkner, and Mayor Alan Weber. A resolution adopting improvements to the budget process for the fiscal year 2026-2027 annual operating budget.
Councilor Cassett, Councilor Faulkner, do either of you or both of you want to say a few words about this?
Sure, I'm happy to speak to this one. I'm very excited about this. I think it is very relevant to a lot of our conversations today as well. I know the budget process has been one that we have been very frustrated with for a number of years, and I am very grateful to the expertise of Rod Gould as well as Mark Scott, and really bringing forward this information. They gave a great presentation to finance. I think what will be important for me is that this is a budget process that we hope to take on for the 2026-2027 annual operating budget. And, you know, in my mind, this as a first year, this will be kind of a launch point to see how this process goes, how we may tweak it before we look at making a more permanent potential process. So very excited to get started with this. I'm very excited for conversations through committee.
I'll just offer, in addition to agreeing with Councilor Cassett, I would say that one of the components of this plan that I'm really excited about is the reporting by departments to the council throughout the year and throughout the budget cycle. That's something I really wanted to get done. And so all of this is very exciting to me because I feel like we're going to have more information to work with and departments are going to have more opportunities to work with the council.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 19, final action on legislation, public hearing, 19A. Consideration of bill number 2025-15, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Amanda Chavez and Councilor Carol Romero Worth. A bill authorizing the execution and delivery of a water project fund loan grant agreement by and between the New Mexico Finance Authority and the City of Santa Fe, New Mexico, the borrower guarantee, in the total amount of $2 million, including a loan in the amount of $800,000, evidencing an obligation of the borrower guarantee to utilize the loan grant amount solely for the purpose of financing the cost of designing a new pipeline and pump to return San Juan Chama project source effluent water for reuse via return flow credits and increased diversions, including related work and revisions, and solely in the manner described in the loan grant agreement, providing for the pledge and payment of the loan amount and an administrative fee solely from the net revenues of the water utility system of the borrower guarantee, certifying that the loan grant amount, together with the other funds available to the borrower guarantee, is sufficient to complete the project, approving the form of and other details concerning the loan grant agreement, ratifying actions heretofore taken, repealing all action inconsistent with this ordinance, and authorizing the taking of other actions in connection with the execution and delivery of the loan grant agreement.
Thank you for reading. Let me first notice this is a public hearing. But Mr. Hook, do you want to say a few words about this so that anyone is watching or would watch the recording later would have a clear idea as to what we will be asked to vote on?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilors. So this is strictly for the design San Juan Chama return flow project. It's basically $2 million in total. It's a loan grant agreement, 40% thousand loan. So we're taking on debt service for that. The other $1,200,000 grant. This goes towards, again, the design of this project in the Water Division's planning process for years now. And so we're looking forward to the approval of this. One note also, look forward to working with city attorney, city clerk, finance department, because we did get the award letter at the end of August 30th, 2024. It's taken time for us to work back and forth with NMFA. So we have about 90% of design done. We're almost at 100%. Like use these funds towards fiscal year 2025 expenditures. But we also realize, finance department's coming out their deadline for the fiscal audit. So we are looking forward to expediting if the governing body approves this ordinance to utilize these funds right away. And with
Thank you.
that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. First, let me ask if there's anybody who would like to speak. This is a public hearing. Please come up to the microphone. Yes. You have the floor.
My name's Elizabeth West, and actually it's something to do with water, and you're going to do a good job with it. Sounds good to me.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Can we entertain a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Are there questions before we go to a vote of Mr. Hook? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan, for staying with us all night. I appreciate your stick-to-itiveness.
And thank all of you, and you guys have a good night too.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, I believe item number 20 has been postponed. So that takes us to appointments.
21A, appointments to the Water Conservation Committee. Amanda Hatherley, appointment term ending 7/20/2027. Sherilyn Pimente, appointment term ending 7/2027. Brandon Vella, reappointment, term ending 7/2027. Navona Gallegos, reappointment, term ending 7/2027.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion of these appointees? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Counselor Chavez. Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
And we have a next set of appointees for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
21B, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Beatrice Garrell, appointment as county resident, term ending, and we don't have a date.
So infinite. Counselor Garcia, do you want to say anything about this appointee? It's, that's your committee.
Just look forward to working with Ms. Carroll. She's the new county appointee.
Okay. I'm sure we can correct the record so we find out when the term ends. Is there a discussion on this? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll? Did you,
Counselor,
was your hand up?
We don't have a.
Oh, we don't have a
motion.
motion. I took it for.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Now, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you.
21C, Santa Fe Women's Commission, Kelly Barella, appointment District 1, term ending 11/2027.
Approve. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion of this appointment? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. And the next item,
21D, Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. Dennis Brandon, appointment, term ending 12/27/2027. Miles Conway, appointment, term ending 12/2027. Orlin Gutierrez Ortiz, I always say that wrong, sorry. Appointment term ending 12/2027. Mark Mitchell, appointment term ending 12/2027. Jennifer Simmelbleen, appointment term ending 12/2027. Bob Shivitz, appointment term ending 12/2027. Russell Stowers, appointment term ending 12/2027. And Daniel Strongwater, appointment term ending 12/2027.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Their discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Please take us to the next one.
21E, Veteran Advisory Board, Larry Hinkle, appointment term ending 05/2027.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve. Is there discussion? Please call the roll.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. And
21F. 21F, Planning Commission, Matt Embry, appointment term ending, also doesn't have term dates. And Janet Clow, reappointment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
we have a motion and a second discussion. Madam Clerk will fill in the term and let the council members know, but please call the roll on the motion.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. That completes our business. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.